All right. Is this thing on? I don't know. Zoom in a bit. So for tonight, I'm gonna try my best to read through at least a chapter or more. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm really tired, so it's not gonna be too much. So first is gonna be either the Philosopher's Toolkit, a compendium of philosophical concepts and methods, and the next is gonna be an introduction to formal logic. Um, if if I get an introduction to formal logic when I spin this wheel, I'm just gonna go to my bed and end this right here and go watch some manga. Okay. Alchemist defies time to save his vampire sister. That sounds peak. And if I get an introduction to formal logic on this spin, so if I get red, I'm gonna go right to watching that manga. I'm gonna end this right here. I think these are fair rules. Please, please, please. Oh, let's go. Okay. Well, that still sucks. Because I have to read this. Okay. I'm only gonna give it 2 chapters, or as long as I before I get bored. The Philosopher's Toolkit provides a welcome and useful addition to the introductory philosophy book available. It takes the beginner through most of the core conceptual tools and distinctions used by philosophers, explaining them simply with abundant examples. Newcomers to philosophy will find much in here that will help them to understand the subject. I don't know why they had to say they put it in simple terms, okay? I know. I don't know why you had to tell me this. Okay. The average in logic, but who doesn't have much background in philosophy, would certainly find this book useful. Man, is this like a hit piece on me? This describes me perfectly. Doesn't have much background in philosophy, would certainly find this book useful, as would anyone teaching a course on arguments, logic, and reasoning. Even introductory courses on philosophy in general might benefit because the book lays out so many of the conceptual tools which will provide necessary over students' careers. Lays in your own book, okay? It's the its choice of tools over for basic arguments. It sounds while further tools for arguments move through topics and examples concisely and wittedly. Sources are well chosen and indicated step by step. Sections are cross referenced, making it better than teach yourself 100 philosophical concepts and supported by a useful index. This is one ugly page cover. I gotta say. I'm gonna read through all of this just to make this read through extremely long. This second edition, first published in 2010, Julian Baggin and Peter S. Fowles edition history. Blackwell Publishing Ltd. Blackwell Publishing was acquired by John Wiley and Sons in February 2007. Blackwell's publishing program has been merged with Wiley's social, scientific, technical, and medical business to form Whitley Blackwell. Registered office John Whitley Sons Ltd. The Atrium, Southern Gate, Chester, West Sussex. What? PO 198S. What am I reading? Oh, registered offices United Kingdom. A British person made this. No, I'm joking. No, that doesn't make sense. It's just the registry office. Editorial office. 30 50 Main Street, Malden, MA 0214852020 USA. 19,600 Garstington Road, Oxford, OX4 2DQ, UK. The Artium Southern Gate, Chester, West Sussex. I'm not saying that word. PO 19 ASQ UK. For details of our global editorial offices, for customer service, and for information about how to apply for permission to reuse the copyright material in this book, please see our website. The right of Julian Baggin and Peter Soul F to be identified as the authors of this work has been asserted in accordance with the UK Copyright Design Patents Act 1988. All right reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, except as permitted by the UK Copyright Design Patent Act 1988 without prior permission of the publisher. Gosh. Good thing they'll never catch that I'm copyrighting their book right now. Willie also published its book in a variety of electronic forms or formats. Some content that appears in print may not be available in electronic books. This designation used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademark. All brand names and product names used in this book are trade names, service marks, trademarks, or the understanding that the publisher is not engaged in rendering professional services if professional advice or other expert assistance is required. The service of a competent professional should be sought. All right, Library of Congress. I can't pronounce that word. In publication data, Baggin Julian, The Philosopher Toolkit, a compendium of philosophical concepts and methods. Julian Baggin and Peter S. Bowles, second edition. P.cm. includes biographical references and index. ISBN 978-14051-90183 PBK ALK paper 1 reasoning 2 methodology. I have no idea. Foss. I want to know why I'm saying fossil. Peter S. Title V C177.B1920101DC222009042655. A catalog record for this book is available from the British Library. Set in 10.5/13 Minion by SPI Publisher Service Ltd, Pondicherry, India. Printed in Singapore. For Rick O'Neill, colleague and friend, in memoriam. I have no idea what this means. I'm going to look it up because I'm that bored. Okay, who's this? What does this mean? I'm going to ask ChatGPT because I'm too lazy to actually look into this, okay? What does this mean? That phrase is a dedication or memorial note for Rick O'Neill, means the work or book, paper, article, film, or project is being dedicated to him. Colleague and friend explain who he is in relation to the author, someone they work with and had personal connections to. In memoriam is Latin in memory of, used when the person has passed away. So altogether, it means the author is dedicating the work to their late friend and colleague Rick O'Neill as a way of honoring his memory. Nah, that's actually Like I'm tearing up a bit. I'm not kidding. Like that's one way to open up a book for Rick O'Neill, a colleague and friend in memoriam. Okay, I'm a bit hyped. I'm hyped. Okay, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for a book. What is this? Alphabetic table of contents, prefaces, acknowledgement, are basic tools for arguments, premises, conclusions. This is 1.1, 1.2, deduction. Well, now now I feel bad. I'm plagiarizing a book meant for Rick O'Neill, colleague and friend, who are dead. So, under, uh, I feel like a douchebag, I guess. Um, I probably shouldn't just blatantly put myself at risk for a copyright strike. I really shouldn't. Um uh okay. I'm going to switch the frame to something else. Whilst anyone watching this gets to see that frame, and looking at the duration of how long people watch these videos for, it says in the analytics that it's 0 minutes and 18 seconds. So it's already assured that anyone who actually watched through this, when it's finished, is only going to watch through 18 seconds of it. So instead of me like showing this book, I'm just going to show a filler image whilst I read the actual book off stream, so you can only see the hear the audio, and everything else will be fine. All right, let me pick a frame. Well, these are all plagiarized books. I need to pick some sort of frame. Let me think. Uh, I'll look this up. No, that doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, it just makes so much sense to just put it's a free paper. Anybody can read it. I won't get in trouble if it's up. And if anyone's looking through this, they'll just think that I'm reading a random article that has nothing to do with what I want to actually read. So this is the perfect cover up. I am a methodical genius who is truly one of the greatest piraters to ever live. Okay. Where's the book called again? A philosopher's toolkit. So, arguments, premises, and conclude. You know what? I'm gonna just adjust. Okay. I'm adjust. No, I can't. It's for his dead friend. I feel terrible. I can't just publicate his book. So I'm just gonna read it like this. Yeah. You know what? Something smarter I can do is just this. Instead of whatever idea, but I doubt I'm gonna use this because I'm probably most likely gonna just read through it cleanly. Okay. Arguments and premises, conclusions. 1.1, 1.2 deduction, 1.3 induction, 1.4 validity and soundness, 1.5 invalidity. I'm not pronouncing any of these properly. I just can feel it. 1.6 consistency, 1.7 fallacies, 1.8 refutations, 1.9 axioms, 1.10 definitions, 1.11 certainty and probability, tautology, self contradictions, and the law of non contradictions. Alright, to more advanced tools: abductions, hypotheticals, deductive method, dialectic, analogies, anomalies, and exceptions that prove the rule. 2.6 introduction pumps, 2.7 logical contradictions, 2.8 reductions, 2.9 thought experiments, 2.10 useful fictions, 3 tools for assessment, 3.1 alternative explanations, 3.2 ambiguity, 3.3 bivalence and the excluded middle, 3.4 category mistakes, 3.5 I have no idea what this is. Um, Give me a pronunciation of this word. Ceteris paribus. What? Centuri paribu. Ceteris paribus. Shorten hours of labor. Cater asparagus. Cater respiratus. Cateris paribus. Cateris patibus. Cateris patibus. Serity patibus. Cateris patibus. K t t ris. Cateris k e t. Cateris. Cateris paribus. Oh, okay. Okay. Generally, pro-choice. What am I reading? Generally, pro-choice tends to value the characteristics that by Nora. Listen to what I said, good bitch. Generally, pro-choices tend to value characteristics that develop on the future, as in consciousness, qualia, etc. Valuing all these things would be arbitrary and so also lead to some pretty radical viewpoints. As in valuing consciousness, you couldn't value unconscious human beings, or if you value the capacity for it, which is arbitrary, as it would give as it gets would as it is as arbitrary as it gets, would also sustain to dude, where's the punctuations? Which is arbitrary as it gets, would also sustain. There's another grammar mistake. To valuing that is other beings, pigs, which they either would cause their vegan or oh my god, would cause them to be vegan. I'm just going to paraphrase. And you argue radical veganism, or they don't, and their belief become a vivid contradiction. They also argue personhood, as in sentience and consciousness, which would also sustain other animals. Bodily autonomy would say that mothers should have the right to their own body and bodily autonomy, and you could ask if they support abortion for all 9 months, which either represents a contradiction or an auto concession. If you value bodily autonomy but don't value it at some point, you don't actually value the mother's bodily autonomy, because you say that late term she shouldn't have a bodily autonomy over it, because at this point it's more developed. Therefore, bodily autonomy is only valid when you don't when they don't see the child as a person, which you could relate back to slavery and Holocaust and argue that we should argue persons cause we've seen what's that done in the past. I'm extremely open-minded. Provide a good argument, I just might change my mind. Okay, I'm going to use this as a core example. And I'll see if this book provides as much criticisms for just the formation of Nora. Let's see if anything in this book will help me diagnose So this sloppy grammar. No hate that this is terrible grammar. You could have just pumped it in ChatGPT before you sent it. But if this book can tell me, like in the first 5 chapters, something is wrong with this statement, then I'll say the book is good. If the book can't tell me something wrong with this statement, not the content of the statement, but maybe the structure, whatever it is, then I'll say the book is complete trash, it's garbage, and I'll throw it up, burn it. You know what I mean? Anyways, I need to shut up and get to reading this book. Spiritus Paribus. 3.6 Circularity. 3.7 Conceptual Incoherence. 3.8 Counterexamples. 3.9 Criteria. 3.10 Error Theory. 3.11 False Dichotomy. 3.12 False Clause. 3.13 Genetic Fallacy. 3.14 Horn Dilemmas. 3.15 is/out gap. 3.16 Mass Man Fallacy. 3.17 Partners in Guilt. 3.18 Principle of Charity. 3.19 Question Begging. 3.20 Reductios. 3.21 Redundancy. 3.22 Regresses. And 3.23 Saving the Phenomena. 3.24 Self-defeating arguments. 3.25 Sufficient reason. 3.26 Testability. I'm really interested in what they mean by testability. I don't know. Well, I just think it means probably unfalsibility. Maybe you can't test it. I can't know. I'm interested. Tools for conceptual distinctions. A prior, a priori. 4.2 absolute/relative. 4.3 analytic/synthetic. 4.4 categorical/modal. 4.5 conditional/biconditional. 4.6 theory/didic. 4.6 theory/didicto. Did they just get me to say the word dick? My God. Oh my God. Diridicto. Okay, 4.7. Defeasible? Indefeasible? 4.8 Entitlement Implication. 4.9 Essential/accident. 4.10 Internalism Externalism. 4.11 Knowledge by acquittance. I've heard the word acquittance before. /description. 4.12 necessary/contingent. 4.13 necessary/sufficient. 4.14 objective/subjective. 4.15 realist/non-realist. 4.16 sense/reference. 4.17 semantics. 4.18 thick and thin concepts. 4.19 types and tokens. All right, 5 tools of historical schools and philosophers. 5.1 up for horism. I don't know. I just said whore. Fragment remark. 5.2 categories and specific differences. 5.3 elekotos and aporia. I don't know how to pronounce these names. 5.4 Hume fork. 5.5 indirect discourse. 5.6 Leibniz law of identity. I've heard about this one. 5.7 Occam's razor. I've heard about this one too. 5.8 phenomenological. Okay, I need to break this down into phonotypes. Sorry, phonics. Well, what am I saying? I'm going mad. I don't know. Well, how do I pronounce this? Pronunciation. Phenomenology. I'm locking in it right there, okay? Okay. 5.9 sign and signatures. 5.10 transcendental argument. 6 tools of radical critique. 6.1 classic critique. 6.2 deconstruction and critique of presence. 6.3 empiricist critique of metaphysics. 6.4 feminist critique. 6.5 Volkatian critique of power. 6.6 Heideggerian critique of metaphysics. What? 6.7 Lacanian critique. 6.8 critiques of naturalism. 6.9 Nietzschean critique of Christian Platonic culture. 6.10 pragmatist critique. 6.11 Sartrean critique of bad faith. 7 tools at the limit. 7.1 basic belief. 7.2 Godel and incompleteness. 7.3 philosophy and slash as art. 7.4 mystical experience and revelation. 7.5 paradoxes. 7.6 possibilities and impossibilities. 7.7 primitives. 7.8 self-evident truths. 7.9 skepticism. 7.10 underdetermination. Internet resources for philosophers. 276 index 277. Okay, alphabetic tables of contents. A priori, 2.1 abduction, 4.2 absolute slash relative, 3.1 alternative explanations, 3.2 ambiguity, 2.4 analogies, 4.3 analytic slash synthetic, 2.5 anomalies and exceptions that prove the rule, 5.1 amorphism, fragment, remark, 1.1 arguments, premises, and conclusion, 1.9 axioms, 7.1 basic beliefs, 3.3 bivalence, and the excluded middle, 4.4 category slash modal, 5.2 categories and specific differences, 3.4 category mistakes, 1.11 certainty and probability, 3.5 ceteris paribus. I said it perfectly. Anyways, 3.6 circularity, 6.1 classic critique, 3.7 conceptual incoherence, 4.5 conditional bioconditional, 1.6 consistency, 3.8 counterexamples, 3.9 criteria, 6.8 critique of naturalism, 6.2 deconstruction and critique of presence, 1.2 deduction, 4.7 defeasible and indefeasible, 1.10 definitions, 4.6 dick. Okay. I can't. I need to find the pronunciation for that. It can't be the dick. Pronoun. The dicto. Oh God, it does say dicto. Oh my God. I was the pervert all along. 2.3 dialectic. 5.3 eluntius. Aporia. 6.3 empiricist critique of metaphysics. 4.8 entitlement and implication. 3.10 error theory. 4.9 essential slash accident. 1.7 fallacies. 3.12 false cause, 3.11 false dichotomy, 6.4 feminist critique, 6.5 faultation critique of power, 3.13 genetic fallacy, 7.2 Gödel and incompleteness, 6.6 Heideggerian critique of metaphysics, 3.14 horned. I've heard of horned dilemmas before. It was in that one paper that went, it's either you were never a zygote or, yeah, I forgot. Anyways, what? Oh, it is, no, I forgot. 5.4 Hume's fork, 2.2 hypothetical deductive method, 5.5 indirect discourse, 1.3 induction, 4.10 internalism / externalism, 2.6 intuition pumps, 1.5 invalidity, 3.15 is/out gap, 4.11 knowledge or by acquaintance / description, 6.7 Lacanian critique. Only thing I know about Lacan is that Zizek said his name once or twice or 20 times. I did read Zizek's one book. I didn't read the whole thing. It's that one thing about fantasy, and he's like, oh, Lacan means objectivity. I don't know. 5.6 Leibniz law of identity. I know this one. 2.7 logical contradictions. I kind of know that. 2.7 logical constructions. I don't know much about that. 3.6 masked. I'm getting confused. Masked man fallacy. 7.4 mystical experience and revelation. 4.12 necessary / contingent. 4.13 necessary / sufficient. 6.9 Nietzschean critique of Christian Platonic culture. 4.114 objective subjective. 5.7 Occam razor. 7.5 paradoxes. 3.17 partners in guild. 5.18 phenomenological. Okay, PH make the F sound. Fen. Okay, I have fen. Men. No, logical. Phenomenological. I can't. Methods. 7.3 philosophy as art. 7.6 possibility and impossibility. 6.10 pragmatist critique. 7.7 primitives. 3.18 principle of charity. 3.19 question begging. 4.15 realist / non-realist. 2.8 reductions. Well, my screen went out. I unplugged my screen, my PC. Now it's plugged in. Now it's plugged out. I need to find the HDMI wire. Okay, back to business. 3.18 principle of charity. 3.19 question begging. 4.15, so they only have one letter to compensate for Q. This is embarrassing. Why should I read this book? Anyways, 4.15 realist / non. I think I read this already. 2.8 reduction / reduction. 3.20 reductios. Spicy. I want to get to that. 3.21 redundancy. 1.8 refutation. 3.22 regresses. 6'7", 6'11". I'm kidding. You really bought into that. Sartian critique of bad faith. 3.23, saving the phenomena. 7.9, skepticism. 3.24, self defeat in arguments. 7.8, self evident truths. 4.16, sense slash reference. 5.9, signs and signatures, signifiers. My God. So 3.25, sufficient reason. 4.17, syntax and semantics. 1.12, tautologies, self contradictions, and the law of non contradiction. 3.26, testability. 4.18, thick. And 11, I'm losing my mind. Thick slash thin concepts. 2.9, thought experiments. 5.10, transcendental arguments. 4.19, types slash tokens. 7.10, under determination. 2.10, useful fictions. 1.4, validity and soundness. Okay, we're gonna really go into the substance now. So we went through. So we're 16 pages in. Yeah, so 16 pages in exactly. I do count the blank pages. It means something to me. So we're at the preface. Philosophy can be an extremely technical and complex affair, one whose terminology and procedures are often intimidating to the beginner and demanding even for the professional. Like that of surgery, the art of philosophy requires mastering a body of knowledge, but it also requires a wait, give me a moment. No, me I read on book. Me I read on book. Me come to see you. Me don't know my boy. Oh my God. No. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The microphone wasn't even turned off. Mm. Back to that paper. Okay. Preface. Oh, by the way, I have some cauliflower in the air fryer. So philosophy can be an extremely technical and complex affair. Okay, philosophy can be technical and complex. Well, okay. I didn't know that. I guess. Philosophy can be extremely technical and a complex affair, one whose terminology and procedures are often intimidating to the beginner and demanding even for the professional. Like that of surgery, the art of philosophy requires. Wait. It dropped one of the content. I'm gonna call the author out, okay? It dropped it right here. Shouldn't that be 7.3? Why is it in the preface? Requires mastering a body of knowledge, but it also requires acquiring precision and skills with a set of instruments or tool. The philosopher's toolkit may be thought of as a collection of just such tools, unlike those of a surgeon or a master woodmaker, a woodworker. However, the instruments presented by this text are conceptual, tools that can be used to analyze, manipulate, and evaluate. Am I selling you on this book? Philosophical concepts, arguments, and theories. I said it, theories. I hope I'm selling you on this book. The toolkits can be used in a variety of ways. It can be read cover to cover by those looking for instruction on the essentials of philosophical reflection. It can be used as a course book on basic philosophical method or critical thinking. It can be used as a reference book. This is like a generational book. Oh my god, it's a crazily good book. It's going to be the reference book to which general readers and more advanced philosophers can turn in order to find quick and clear accounts of the key concepts and methods of philosophy. I'll see for myself if any of this is true as a ordained philosopher by God, of course. I don't think I need such a toolkit. In other words, it is to act as a conceptual toolbox for which all those neophytes, I don't know what that means, from neophytes, what is neophytes? A person who is new to a subject, skill, or belief. Is this author presupposing that I am not acquainted to the subject matter? Like, does it not know that I've been at this for the last 50 years? 70 plus? I just turned 89. To master artisans can draw instruments that would otherwise be distributed over a vast set of texts and require long periods of study to acquire. For this second edition, yes, second edition, that means they made a first one. We have expanded this book from 7. I'm gonna highlight that. 6 to 7 sections and reviewed and revised every single entry. These sections progress from basic tools of argumentation to sophisticated philosophical concepts of principles. The text passes through instruments for assessing arguments to essential law principle of conceptual distinctions. It concludes with a discussion of the limits of philosophical thinking. You are on a journey to, how can I say it? Journey through the fabric of philosophical thought. This is what the book's telling you, okay? Each of the 7 sections contain a number of compact entries comprising an explanation of the tools it addresses, examples of the tool in use, and guidance about the tool scopes and limits. Each entry is cross-referenced to other related entries, suggestions for further reading. Suggestions for further reading are included, and those particularly suitable for novices are marked with asterisks. There is also a list of internet resources at the back of the book. Becoming a master sculptor requires more than the ability to pick up and use tools of the trade. It requires flair, talent, imagination, and practice. In the same way, learning how to use these philosophical tools will not turn you into a master of the art of philosophy overnight. Are you serious? Are you serious? I spent all my time believing that I'd become a philosopher of like any philosophy by reading this book. And I've been sold a lie. A damn lie. I hurt my hand. That hurts. I love that they use Z instead of S, but okay. British. No, I don't even know. I'm not even past the acknowledgements. We are indebted to Nicolas Alfern, who helped to convince and plan this book. Fingerprints can be found here and there. We are deeply grateful to Jeff Dean at the Weekly Blackwell for nurturing the book from a good idea in theory to, we hope, a good book in practice. And God, your book shit. I'm just kidding. Thanks to Rick O'Neill, Jack Furlong, Elin Cox, Mark Moran, and Randall Auxiliary, Bardley Monton, and Tom Fly for their help with various entries, as well as the anonymous reviewers for their thorough scrutiny of the text. I'm one of those anonymous reviewers. I gave the scrutiny that this book deserved. Where am I at? We are also thankful to the work of Peter Secretary Anne Cranfield, as well as many of his colleagues for proofreading. Robert E. Rosenberg, Peter colleague in chemistry, exhibits extraordinary generosity in reviewing the scientific context of the text. We would also like to thank Garme Leonard and Eldo Barajosa, I'm not pronouncing that name, for their careful, remarkably thorough editorial work. Thanks also to Peter's spouse and children, Clarence Falls, Isaac Falls, and Van Wiki, and Elijah Falls, and Julian partner Antonia for their patient support. Bruh. Finally, we've reached number 1, basic tools for arguments. 1.1, arguments, premises, conclusions. 1.2, deduction, induction, and 1.4, validity and soundness. 1.5, invalidity. 1.6, consistency. 1.7, fallacies. 1.8, refutations. 1.9, axioms. 1.10, definitions. 1.11, certainty and probability. 1.12, tautologies, self-contradictions, and the law of non-contradictions. 1.1, arguments, premises, and conclusion. We are at the first chapter, 1.1. This is where it begins. Philosophy is for nitpickers. That's not to say it is a trivial pursuit. Far from it, philosophy addresses some of the most important questions human beings ask themselves. The reason philosophers are nitpickers is that they are concerned with the way in which belief we have about the world either are or not supported by rational arguments, because their concern is serious. It is important, philosophers, to demand attention to detail. People reason in a variety of ways, using a number of techniques, some legitimate and some not. Often one can discern the difference between good and bad arguments only if one scrutinizes their content and structure with supreme diligence. Argument. What, then, is an argument? For many people, an argument is a contest or conflict between two or more people who disagree about something. An argument, in this sense, might involve shouting, name-calling, and even a bit of shoving. It might, but need not, include reasoning. Philosophers, by contrast, use the term argument in a very precise, narrow sense. For them, an argument is the most basic, complete unit of reasoning, an atom of reason. An argument is an interface from one or more starting points, truth claims, called a premise or premises, to an end point, a truth claim, called a conclusion. And the music starts to play. Wait. I'm gonna repeat that, but I'm gonna play a music song. All right, let me try that again. An argument is an inference from one point, starting point, truth claims called a premise or premises, to an end point, a truth claim called a conclusion. Yeah, that was cool. I don't give a damn who said it wasn't, okay? I'm talking to myself, but there's something endearing about that. Argument versus explanation. Arguments are to distinguish from explanations. Whoa. Let's go back to Nora's comment, okay? So it says, for an argument is the most basic, complete unit of reasoning. An argument is an inference from one or more starting points, truth claims called premises, to an end point. So I'm just going to look at this. Let's see if there's any truth claims, premises, and conclusions in listen to what I said, good bitch, aka Nora. Generally, pro-choicers tend to value characteristics that develop on the future, as in consequences, qualia, etc., And valuing all these things would be arbitrary and also lead to some pretty radical views. Alright, frankly, I've just read a book on the philosophical kid. Given to me by Nat, the second best mindset, but first best to anyone else. So I'm gonna just ravage this comment with the first argument I know. So the argument from argument, okay? So we can see that in her argument that she makes a truth claim. So this is going to be an inference, right? So this is going to be premise one. So P1 is going to be pro-choicers only have two arguments. I'm spelling all these wrong. They only have two arguments. It's going to be and I spelled it wrong. And bodily autonomy. So these are going to be her two truth claims, all right? Okay, come on, autonomy. Let me fix this up. So, P1, pro choices, argument. This isn't even a proper P1. Equal. So is the first inference going to be correct? I don't think so. Because if you look at welfare subjectivity or objectiveless theory or any other theory from any other paper you can read, we can find that this P1 is going to be objectively wrong. So we can count this as not a truth claim, but rather a lie claim. So the next part of her argument is going to be P2. This is going to be premise 1, truth claim 2. P2. Am I using truth claim? I don't think I'm using truth claim correctly. Did it say truth claim? Okay, an argument is an inference from one or more starting point. Truth claims called premises or premises to an endpoint. Truth claim called conclusion. So every part of the argument is going to be a truth claim. I'm just wrecking this person right now. They said you can't be a philosopher overnight by reading this book, but certainly I'm going to disprove them wrong. So from the book, so the book's making a premise or inference that no one's going to be an overnight philosopher from reading the book. But frankly, this is a false claim because the conclusion is going to be proven wrong tonight. So her P2 is going to be conscious arguments from consciousness, and let me put that down. Arguments from consciousness and bodily autonomy. Oh, sorry. Consciousness, so she just criticizing the consciousness, are going to be arbitrary and lead to some pretty radical viewpoints. As in valuing consciousness, you couldn't value unconscious. Wait, couldn't you couldn't. This is just bad grammar. It isn't even my fault. As in valuing consciousness, you couldn't value unconscious human beings. What? Dude, what? I guess. Okay. My fried vegetables are almost finished. I'm gonna go get them, and I'll come back to using this argument I just learned from this book to quite literally demolish this. Okay. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna take a break to eat my cabbage or cauliflower. Okay, let's try to go through this in one shot. I'll keep the talking down a bit. Argument. What then is an argument? For many people, an argument is just consisting of a conflict between two or more people who disagree about something. An argument, in the sense, might involve shouting names, calling, even a bit of shoving, but need not include reasoning. Philosophers, by contrast, use them um, very precise, narrow sense. For them, argument is the most basic, complete using of reasoning. Blah blah blah. An argument is an inference from one or more starting point. Truth claims call a premise or premises to an end point. A truth claim called a conclusion. Okay. Argument versus explanation. Arguments are to be distinguished from explanations. A general rule to keep in mind is that arguments tend to demonstrate that something is true, while explanations seem to show how something is true. For example, consider encountering an apparently dead woman. An explanation of the woman's death would undertake to show how it happened. The existence of water in her lungs explained the death of this woman. An argument would undertake to demonstrate that the person, in fact, is dead. Since her heart has stopped beating and there are no vital signs, we can conclude that she is in fact dead, or that one explanation is better than another. The absence of bleeding from the laceration on her head, combined with water in her lungs, indicate that the woman died from drowning and not from bleeding. The place of reason in philosophy. It is not universally realized that reasoning comprises a great deal of what philosophy is about. Many people have the idea that philosophy is essentially about ideas or theories about the nature of the world and our place in it. Philosophers do indeed advance such ideas and theories, but in most cases their power and scope stems from their having been derived from or through rational arguments from acceptable premises. ASMR. Arguments from acceptable premises. Of course, many other regions of the human life are commonly involved with reasoning, and it may sometimes be impossible to draw a clear line distinguishing philosophy from them. In fact, whether or not it's possible to do so in and of itself is a matter of heated philosophical debate. The natural and social sciences are, for example, fields of rational inquiry that often bumps against the borders of philosophy, especially inquiries into the mind, brain, and theoretical physics and anthropology. But theories composed of these sciences are generally determined through certain formal procedures of experimentation and reflection to which philosophy has little to add. Okay. Um, as little to add, generally determined through certain formal procedures or explanations and reflection to which philosophy has little to add. Religion religious thinking sometimes also enlists rationality and shares a non often disputed border with philosophy. But while religious philosophy, by contrast, in general, is not. Of course, the work of certain prominent figures in Western philosophical tradition present decidedly non-rational and even anti-rational dimensions. For example, that Herod, Heroloctox, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Heidegger, and Derrida, Derrida, Der- Derrida, Derrida. Okay. Furthermore, many include the work of Asian, Confucius, Taoist, Shinto, African, Aboriginal, and Native American thinkers under the rubric of philosophy, even though they seem to make little use of argument. But perhaps despite the intentions of its authors, even the work of non standard thinkers involve rationality, justified claims, um, formal argumentation in many cases, reason remain on the scene, at least as a force to be reckoned with. Philosophy, then, is not the only field of thought for which rationality is important, and not all that goes by the name of philosophy is argumentative. But it's certainly safe to say that one cannot even begin to master the expanse of philosophical thought without learning how to use the tools of reason. There is therefore no better place to begin stocking our philosophical toolkit than with rationality, most basic components, the subatomic particles of reasoning, Premises and conclusions. For most of us, the idea of a conclusion is as straightforward as philosophical concepts get. A conclusion is literally that which is an argument concludes, the product and result of an inference or a chain of inferences, that which the reasoning justifies.
Enthymeme. 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 Enthymeme.
I am back. I was fighting. Jesus Christ. The USB did not have enough power to supply the microphone and everything turned off. Yikes.
Enthymeme.
Okay, enthemy. And arguments which employ them are enthematic. In working out precisely what the premises are in a given argument, ask yourself first what the claim is that the argument is trying to demonstrate. And then ask yourself what other claims the argument relies upon. Give me a second. Okay. In working out precisely what the premises are in a given argument, ask yourself first what the claim is that the argument is trying to demonstrate, and ask yourself what other claims the argument relies upon. implicitly or explicitly. In order to advance that demonstration, sometimes certain words and phrases will indicate premises and conclusions. Phrases like inclusion, it follows that we must conclude that, and from this we can see that, often indicate conclusion. The DNA, the fingerprints, and eyewitnesses account all points to Smithers. It follows that she must be the killer. Words like because and since, and phrases like for this reason, on the basis of this, often indicate premise. For example, since the DNA, the fingerprints, and the eyewitness accounts are all implicate Smithers, she must be the killer. Premises then compose the set of claims from which the conclusion is drawn. Justify the move from premises to conclusion will be addressed see 1.4 and 4.7. Before we get that far, we must first ask what justifies a reasoner in entering a premise in the first place. Grounds for premises. There are two basic reasons for why a premise might be acceptable. One is that the premise is itself the conclusion of a different, solid argument. As such, the truth of the premise has been demonstrated elsewhere. But it's clear that if this were the only kind of justification for the inclusion of a premise, would face an infinite regress. That is to say, each premise would have to be justified by a different argument, the premise of which would have to be justified by yet another argument, the premise of which ad infinitum. In fact, skeptics, Eastern and Western, modern and ancient, have pointed to just this problem with reasoning. So unless one wishes to live with the infinite regress, there must be another way of finding sentences acceptable to serve as premises. There must be, in short, premises that stand in need of no further justifications through other arguments. Such premises may be chosen by definition, such as all bachelors are unmarried, but the kind of premises we're looking for might include the premise that, though conceivably false, must be taken true for there to be any rational dialogue at all. Let's call them basic premises. I guess they're going to differentiate between basic premises and self-evident truth. I don't know. Which sentences are to count as basic premises? Depends on the context in which one is reasoning. One example of a basic premise might be I exist, in which one is reasoning. In most contexts, this premise does not stand in need of justification. But if, of course, the argument is trying to demonstrate that I exist, my existence cannot be used as a premise. Okay. One cannot assume that one is trying to argue for. Philosophers have held that certain sentences are more or less basic for various reasons, because they are based upon self-evident or cataleptic various reasonings, because they are based upon self-evident perceptions, stoics, because they are directly rooted in the sense data, positivist, because they are grasped by a power called intuition or insight, Platonist, because they are revealed to us by God, religious philosophers, or because they grasp them using cognitive facilities certified by God, Descartes, Reid, and Plant. I don't know. In our own view, a host of reasons best described as context will determine them. Formally, then, the distinction between premises and conclusion is clear. But it's not enough to grasp this difference. In order to use these philosophical tools, One must be able to spot the explicit premise to make explicit the unstated ones. And aside from the question of whether or not the conclusion follows from the premises, one must come to terms with the thornier question of what justifies the use of premises in the first place. Premises are the starting point of philosophical argument, as in any edifice. However, intellectual or otherwise, the construction will only stand if the foundations are secure. See also deductive, inductive, axioms, definitions, circularity, basic beliefs, self-evident truths, reading Nigel Warburton, thinking from A to Z, Graham Priest, logic, a very short introduction, Patrick J. Hurley, a concise introduction, Logic, 10th edition. Should I actually read these? Just to make this more longer and extra boring, I'll actually read it. If I can find it, I'll read it. Yeah. Go on his archive. See, I'll read it. Okay. PDF 0.4. Okay, I'll read it. Okay. It's downloading. It's gonna take a minute or two. In the meantime, I'm just gonna. In the meantime, I'm just gonna read the book, okay? Okay, Nigel Wharton, thinking from A to Z, Graham Logic, a very short introduction, Patrick J. Hurley, a concise introduction to logic. I doubt I'm gonna. Okay, I think the other book on that's the second edition introduction to logic. That's gonna be enough to suffice for these books, okay? And that's it. The murder was clearly premeditated. The only person who knew where Dr. Fishcake would be that night was his colleague, Dr. Salmon. Therefore, the killer must be. Deduction is the form of reasoning that is often emulated in the formalic drawing room denouncement of classic detective fiction. It is the most rigorous form of argumentation there is, since in deduction, the move from premises to conclusion is such that if the premises are true, then the conclusion must also be true. For example, take the following argument. Elvis Presley lives in a secret location in Idaho. P2. All people who live in secret locations in Idaho are miserable. Therefore, Elvis is miserable. If we look at our definition of deduction, we can see how this argument fits the bill. If two premises are true, then the conclusion must be true. How can it not be true that Elvis is miserable? If it indeed true that all people who live in secret locations in Idaho are miserable, Elvis is one of these people. You might well be thinking there is something fishy about this, since you may believe that Elvis is not miserable for a simple reason that he no longer exists. So all this talk of the conclusion having been true might strike you as odd. If this is so, you haven't taken on the broad key word at the start of the sentence, which does such vital work in the definition of deduction. The conclusion must be true if the premises are true. This is a big if. In our example, the conclusion is we confidently believe not true because one or both. In the case, both premises are not true, but that doesn't alter the fact that this is deductive argument. Since if it turns out that Elvis does not live in a secret location in Idaho, and that people who live in a secret location in Idaho are miserable, it would necessarily follow that Elvis is miserable. The question of what makes a good deductive argument is addressed in more detail in the section on validity and soundness 1.4. But in sense, everything that you need to know about a deductive argument is contained within the definition given. A successful deductive argument is one where if the premises are true, then the conclusion is definitely true. But before we leave the topic, we should return to the investigation of our detective. Reading his deliberation, one could easily assert the vital missing word. The killer must surely be Dr. Salmon. But is this the conclusion of a successful deductive argument? The fact that is, we can't answer this question unless we know a little more about the exact meaning of premises. First, what does it mean to say that the murder was premeditated? It could mean a lot of things. It could mean that it was planned right down to the last detail, or it could mean simply that the murderer had worked out what she would do in advance. If it is the latter, then it's possible that the murderer did not know Dr. Fishcake would be there that night, but coming across him by chance put into action her premeditated plan to kill him. So it could be the case one, that both premises are true. The murder was premeditated, and Dr. Salmon was the only person who knew where Dr. Fishcake would be that night. But two, the conclusion is false. Dr. Salmon is in fact not the murderer. Therefore, the detective has not formed a successful deductive argument. What this example shows is that although the definition of deductive argument is simple enough, spotting and constructing successful ones is much trickier. To judge whether the conclusion really must follow from the premises, we have to be sensitive to ambiguity in the premises as well as the danger of accepting too easy a conclusion that seems to be supported by the premises but does not in fact follow them. Deduction is not about jumping to conclusions, but crawling through, not slouching, slowly towards them. See also argument, premise, and conclusion. Oh yeah, that book's finished. Bro, it's 177 pages. That's not really long, but but I'll read it at a later time after I finish this book. See also argument, premises, and conclusion, induction, validity, and soundness. Read it. No way, this guy. No, how much books have this guy read? Wait, if he's read 1, 2, 3 books, wait, 1, 2, 3, wait, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's read 6 books. That's insane. It was induction. Julian Baggin has confession to make. One while on a holiday in Rome, I visited the famous street market, Porta Portis. I came across a man who was taking bets on which there 3 cups he had shuffled around was covering a die. I will spare you the details and any attempt to justify my actions on the grounds of mitigating circumstances. It is to say, I took a bet and lost. Having been budgeted so carefully, the cash for that night, pizza went up in smokes. My foolishness in this instance is also too evident, but it is right to say my decision to gamble was illogical. Answering this question requires wrangling with a dimension of logic philosophers call induction. Unlike deductive inferences, induction involves an inference where the conclusion follows from the premises, not with necessity, but only with probability. Though even this formulation is problematic, as we'll see. Define induction. Often, induction involves reasoning from a limited number of observations to wider probable generalizations. Reasoning this way is commonly called inductive generalization. It is a kind of inference that usually involves reasoning from past regularities to future regularities. One classic example is the sunrise. The sun has risen regularly so far as human experience can recall, so people reason that it will probably rise tomorrow. The work of the Scottish philosopher David Hume, 1911 to 1976, has been influential on this score. This sort of inference is often taken to typify induction. In the case of my Roman holiday, I might have reasoned that the past experience of people with average cognitive abilities like mine show that probabilities of winning against the man with cup is rather small. But be aware, induction is not essentially defined as reasoning from specific to the general. An inductive inference need not be past future directed, and it can involve reason from the general to the specific to the specific, or the general to to the general. I could, for example, reason from the more general, past oriented claim that no trained athlete on record has been able to run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. To be more specific, past oriented conclusions that my friend had probably not achieved this feat when he was at university, as he claimed. Reasoning through analogies, see 2.4, as well as typical examples and rules of thumb, are also species of induction, even though none of them involve moving from specific to general. The problem of induction. Inductive generalizations are, however, often where the action is reasoning in experimental science. For example, often depends on them insofar as scientists formulate and confirm universal natural laws on the basis of relatively small numbers of observation. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, argued persuasively for just this conception of induction. The tricky thing to keep in mind about inductive generalization, however, is that they involve reasoning from a sum in a way that only works definitely or with necessity for an all. This type of inference makes inductive generalization fundamentally different from deductive argument, for which such a move would be illegitimate. It would also open up a rather enormous can of conceptual worms. Philosophers know this conundrum as the problem of induction. Here, so you can hear my breaths, take the following example. Almost all elephants like chocolate. This is an elephant. Therefore, this elephant likes chocolate. This is not a well-formed deductive argument, since the premises could be true and the conclusion still be false. Properly understood, however, it may be a strong inductive argument if the conclusion is taken to be probable rather than certain. On the other hand, consider this rather similar argument. All elephants like chocolate. This is an elephant, therefore, this elephant likes chocolate. Though similar in certain ways, this one in fact is a well formed deductive argument, not an inductive argument at all. Problems of how arguments can be good reason as inductive but be poor reason as deductive. Before addressing this problem directly, we must take care not to be misled by similarities between the two forms. A missing similarity. Because of the kind of general similarity one sees between the two arguments, inductive arguments can sometimes be confused with deductive arguments. That is, although they may actually look like deductive arguments, some arguments are actually inductive. For example, an argument that the sun will rise tomorrow might be presented in a way that easily be taken for a deductive argument. Okay. Because this kind of general similarity, for example, argument sunrise tomorrow be presented in a way that might easily be taken for a deductive argument. The sun will rise every day. Tomorrow is a day, therefore the sun will rise tomorrow. Because its similarity with deductive forms, one may attempt to read the first premise as all. Sentence. The sun will rise on all days, every 24-hour period, that is, every have been, will ever be, will be. Limitation of human experiences, however, the fact that we can experience every single day justify us informing only less strong some sentence. The sun has risen every day, every 24-hour period that humans have recorded their experience of such. This weaker formalization, of course, enters only the limited claim that their sun has risen on the small portion of total number of days that have been and ever will be. It makes no claim at all about the rest. But here's the catch. From the weaker sum sentence, one cannot construct a well-formed deductive argument of the kind that allows the conclusion to follow with this kind of certainty, a characteristic of deductive. In reasoning about matters of fact, one would like to reach conclusions with the certainty of deduction. Unfortunately, induction will not allow it. I guess I'm a bit confused. Um, I'm gonna put this in the GPT actually to explain a bit. I'm not tracking. Ta-da. The passage is explaining why inductive arguments can be mistaken for deductive. Inductive arguments can be mistaken for deductive arguments, and why that's a problem. Let me break it down in simple terms. Keywords: inductive versus deductive. Deductive arguments, if the principle are true, the conclusion must be true, certainly. Inductive, the premise supports this conclusion, but this doesn't guarantee its probability. The example, sun rising, looks deductive. The sun rises every day. Tomorrow is a day, therefore the sun will rise again. But really, our knowledge only comes from the past experience. We've only ever observed some days, but we can't prove that the sun will rise is on all possible days forever. misleading similarity. Inductive arguments look like deductive ones, but the premises are weaker. If we rephrase premise correctly, the sun has risen every day humans have experienced so far. The conclusion no longer follows the deductive certainty, it only follows strong probability. The catch: we want certainty of deduction when reasoning about the world, but induction can never guarantee it. It can only give us probable confidence, not absolute proof. In short, the passage is warning that inductive arguments can look airtight, deductive ones, but they never give 100% certainty, only probability because our experiences is limited. Okay, I guess I agree. hmm hmm Okay. The uniformity of nature, put it simplest, the problem of induction can be boiled down to the problem of justifying our beliefs in the uniformity of nature across space and time. If nature is uniform and regular in its behavior, then events in the observed past, present are sure guides to unobserved events in unobserved past, present, and future, but only granted for believing that nature is uniform and are observed in events past and present. Perhaps to be precise, we should only count observed events in the present, especially when claims about the past also rely on assumptions about the uniform operations of nature. For example, memory. We can't then it seems go beyond observed events without assuming that very thing we need to prove, that is, the unobserved part of the world operates in the same way the part we observe. This is just problem with Hume's points. Believing therefore that the sun may possibly not rise tomorrow is strictly speaking not illogical, since the conclusion that is it must rise tomorrow does not inexorably follow from the past observations. Wait, I'm a bit confused what they mean. Believing, therefore, that the sun may possibly rise tomorrow is strictly speaking not illogical. That's true, since the conclusion that it must rise tomorrow does not inexorably follow from past observations. I'm confused. I mean, as there. Hmm. Hmm. It's going over my head. The passage is getting at the heart of the problem of induction, famously raised by David Hume. Here's what it means step by step. The core idea induction assumes uniformity of nature. This means nature works in the same way everywhere at all time. The future will resemble the past. Unobserved events resemble observed ones. Why this matters. If nature is uniform, then what we've seen, like the sun always rising, is a reliable guide to what we haven't seen, the sun rising tomorrow. The problem, the only evidence we have nature is uniform is from our past observations. But using past observations to describe or justify that the future will be like the past already assumes that nature is uniform. That is circular reasoning. We're trying to prove that the very thing we're assuming. The consequences. It's not strictly illogical to think the sun might not rise tomorrow. Why? Because the claim the sun must rise tomorrow doesn't logically follow from past observations. Past past observations can't guarantee future ones, only suggest them. In other words, induction can never logically prove future events. It only makes them probable, based on assumptions that nature behaves uniformly. Okay, I understand. a deeper complexity, acknowledging the relative weakness of inductive inferences compared to those of deduction. Good reasoners qualify the conclusion reached true by maintaining that they follow not with necessity, but only with probability. But does this fully resolve the problem? Can even this weaker, more qualified formation be justified? Can we, for example, really justify the claim that on the basis of uniform and extensive past observation, it is more probable that the sun will rise tomorrow than it won't? The problem is that there's no deductive argument to ground, even if this qualified claim, even to ground this even qualified claim. To deduce this conclusion successfully, we would need the premise what has happened up until now is more likely to happen tomorrow, but this premise is subject to just the same problem as stronger claims that what has happened up until now must happen tomorrow. Like its stronger counterpart, the weaker premise bases claim about future only on what happened up until now. Such basis can be justified only if we accept uniformity, or at least general continuity, of nature. But again, the uniformity or continuity of nature is just what's in question. Okay, I see. A groundless ground. Despite these problems, it seems that we can't do without inductive generalization. They are at least what or at least have been so far, simply too useful to refuse. Inductive generalization compose the basis of much of our scientific rationality, and they allow us to think about matters concerning which deduction must remain silent. In short, we simply can't afford to reject the premise that what we have so far observed is our best guide to what is true of what we haven't observed. Even though this premise cannot in and of itself be justified without presuming itself, there is, however, a price to pay. We must accept that engaging in inductive generalization requires that we hold an indispensable belief, which itself, however, must remain in an important way ungrounded. See also arguments, premises, conclusion, deduction, fallacies, analogies, Hume's forks, readings, Francis Bacon, Novum Organum, 1620, David Hume, Treatise Human Nature, 1739 to 40, Colin Howson, Hume's Problem, Induction and Justification of Beliefs. This dude has read 8 books already. That's insane. 1.4 Validity and Soundness. In this book, The Uniform Nature of Science, the element British biologist Lewis Wolpert, 1929, argued that one thing that unifies almost all the sciences is that they often fly in the face of common sense. Philosophy, however, may exceed even the science on this point. Its theories, conclusions, and terms can at times be extraordinarily counterintuitive and and contrary to ordinary ways of thinking and doing and speaking. Take for example the word valid. Wait. There's a problem. Wait, I just learned something. This is a deductive reasoning, and it's a sum claim. And if it's a sum claim, it's a weaker claim. If it's a weaker claim, the argument itself is weaker. Oh my god, because it can't guarantee the conclusion. I need to stop. Because they said tend. This is a sum claim, not an all claim, so the conclusion won't follow. Something like that. It's a weaker argument. Something like that. I don't know. Take for example I need to look. No, I'm going to stick to what I got. Take for example the word valid. In everyday speech, people talk about someone making a valid point or even having a valid opinion. Where I'm taking breaths each time I speak because my voice is hurting me. But it's alright. In philosophical speech, however, the word valid is reserved exclusively for arguments. More surprisingly, a valid argument can look like this: all blocks of cheese are more intelligent than any philosophical student. Meg the cat is a block of cheese. Therefore, Meg the cat is more intelligent than any philosophical student. All utter on nonsense, you may think, but from a strictly logical point of view, it's a perfect example of a valid argument. What's going on? Define validity. Validity is a property of well-formed deductive arguments, which, to recap, are defined as arguments where the conclusion in some sense, actually, hypothetically, etc., follows from the premises necessarily. Calling a deductive argument valid affirms the conclusion actually does follow from the premises. In that way, arguments that are presented as or taken to be successful deductive arguments, but where the conclusion does not in fact definitely follow from the premises, are called invalid deductive arguments. The tricky thing in any case is that an argument may possess the property of validity, even if its premises or its conclusion are not in fact true. And so, with regards to validity, the content or truth of the statement composing the argument is irrelevant. Let's unpack this. Consider the following structure first. The argument featuring cat and cheese given above is an instance of a more general argumentative structure of the following form. All x are y, z is an x, and therefore z is y. In our example, block of cheese is substituted for x things, for there are more intelligent than all philosophy students for y, and Meg for z. That makes our example for just one particular instance the more general argumentative form expressed with the variables x, y, and z. What you should note is that you don't need to attach any meaning to what we replace the variables with. It will always be the case if the premises are true. Although in fact they might not be, the conclusion must also be true. If there is any conceivable way possible for the premises of an argument to be true, but its conclusion simultaneously be false, then it's an invalid argument. Why this boils down to it is that the notion of validity is content blind or topic neutral. It really doesn't matter what the content of the proposition in the argument is. Validity is determined by the argument having a solid deductive structure. One example is then a valid argument because if it ridicules premises were true, ridiculous. If its ridiculous premises were true, the ridiculous conclusion would also have to be true. The fact that the premises are ridiculous is neither here or there when it comes to ascertain the argument's validity. Okay, I understand. The truth machine. From another point of view, we might consider the argument work a bit like sausage machines. You put the ingredients premises in it, and then you get something conclusion out. Deductive arguments may be thought of as the best kind of sausage machine because they guarantee their output in the sense that when you put in a good ingredient, all true premises, you get out a quality product, true conclusions. Of course, if you don't start with good ingredients, deductive arguments don't guarantee a good end product. Invalid arguments are not generally desirable machines to employ. They provide no guarantee whatsoever for the quality of the end product. You might put in good ingredients, true premises, and sometimes get high quality results, a true conclusion. Other times, good ingredients might yield a poor result, a false conclusion. Stranger still, and very different from the sausage machine, With invalid deductive arguments, you might sometimes put in poor ingredients, one or more false premises, but actually end up with good results, a true conclusion. Of course, in other cases with invalid machines, you put in poor ingredients and you end up with rubbish. The thing about invalid machine is that you don't know what you'll get out. With valid machines, you put in good ingredients, though only when you put in good ingredients you have assurance in some. So invalid argument. Put in false premises, get either a true or false conclusion. Put in true premises, get either a true or false conclusion. A valid argument. Put in false premises, get either a true or false conclusion. Put in true conclusion, get out only a true conclusion. I see there's a difference between this one and this one. Okay. Soundness. To say an argument is valid, then it's not to say the conclusion must be accepted as true. The conclusion is established as true only if the argument is valid and two, the premises are true. This combination of a valid argument plus the true premise, therefore a true conclusion, is called approvingly a sound argument. So first you have to only true if the argument is valid and two, the premises are true. So valid argument, true premises. Okay. Calling it sound is the highest endorsement one can give for an argument. If you accept an argument as sound, you are really saying that one must accept its conclusions. This can be shown by use of another especially instructive, valid, deductive argument. If the premises of an argument are true, then the conclusion must also be true. This is to say, you are maintaining that the argument is valid. The premise of the argument is true. If you regard two premises, you can advance a deductive argument that in itself concludes with certainty. Therefore, the conclusion of the argument must also be true. For a deductive argument to pass muster, it must be valid, but being valid is not sufficient to make a sound argument. A sound argument must not only be valid, it must have true premises as well. It is, strictly speaking, only sound argument whose conclusion we must accept. Importance of validity. This may lead you to wonder why then this concept. Lead you to wonder why then if this concept of validity has importance after all. Valid arguments can be absurd in their content and false in their conclusion, as in our cheese and cat example. Surely it is soundness that matters. Keep in mind, however, that validity is required for a component of soundness, so there can be no sound argument without valid ones. Working out whether or not the claims you make are in a premise are true, while important, is simply not enough to ensure that you draw true conclusions. People make the mistake all the time. They forget that you can begin with a set of entirely true beliefs, but reason so poorly as to end up with entirely false conclusions. The problem is that the starting with truth doesn't guarantee ending up with it. Furthermore, in launching criticism, it is important to grasp the understanding of validity. Gives you additional tools for evaluating another person's position. In criticizing the specimen of reasoning, you can either attack the truth of the premise from which he or she reasons, or two, show that his argument is invalid regardless of whether or not the premises are true. Validity is, simply put, a crucial ingredient in arguing, criticizing, and thinking well. Even if it's not only ingredient, it is an indispensable philosophical tool to master. We'll do the same, put that in DVD, see if I can get a nice, subtle conclusion. So nothing's to mix up. One, the sausage machine analogy. Deductive argument equal reliable sausage machine if the input premises are true and the output conclusion will always be true. Invalid arguments are broken or unpredictable machine. Even if you put true premises, you either get true or false conclusions. Sometimes even false premises, you might still accidentally get a true conclusion. The point is that the machine doesn't reliably connect the inputs to output. Validity versus soundness. Validity, an argument is valid if the conclusion follows logically from the premises. The machine works properly. But validity doesn't guarantee truth, it guarantees structured work. P1, all cats are made of cheese. P2, Garfield is a cat. C, therefore, Garfield is made of cheese. This is valid. Um, this is valid reasoning. Form is correct, but the premises are false, so the conclusion is false. Okay. Soundness. An argument is sound if it's both valid and has true premises. Only sound arguments force us to accept conclusions as true. You can't have soundness without validity. Validity is the first test. Does the reasoning work logically? Even if the premises are true, poor reasoning, invalid logic can still be false conclusions. 4. Two ways to criticize arguments. Challenge the truth of the premises. 2. Challenge the validity of the reasonings. Okay. Alright. It's the sound of the beast. What's next? Soundness. Importance of validity. This may lead you to wonder that the concept of validity has any importance. After all, valid arguments can be absurd in their own context and false in their conclusions, as in our cheese and cat example. Surely it is soundness that matters. Keep in mind, however, that validity is a required component of soundness, so there can be no sound. I read this already. So without valid ones, working out whether or not the claims you make in your premises are true, while important, is simply not enough to ensure that you draw true conclusions. People make the mistake all the time. They forget that you can begin with a set of entirely true beliefs, but reason so poorly as to end up with entirely false conclusions. The problem is starting with the truth doesn't guarantee you end up with the truth. Furthermore, launching criticism is important to grasp. Understanding of validity gives you an additional tool for evaluating another's position and critiquing a specimen of reasoning. You can either one, attack the truth of the premises for which he or she argues or reasons, two, or show that his or her argument is invalid, regardless of whether or not the premises deployed are true. Validity is simply put a crucial ingredient in argument. Criticized and thinking well, even if it's not the only ingredient, it still is an indispensable philosophical tool mastered. See also arguments, premises, conclusions, deduction, and validity. Alright, readings Aristotle 384 322 BCE, Prior Analytic, Fred R. Burge. So this guy has read 11 books. That's insane. Alright, invalidity. Given definitions of a valid argument, it may seem obvious what an invalid one looks like. Certainly, it is simply enough to define an invalid argument. It is one where the truth of the premises does not guarantee the truth of the conclusion. To put it another way, if the premises of an invalid argument are true, the conclusion may still be false. Invalid arguments are unsuccessful deductions and therefore, in a sense, are not truly deductions at all. To be armed with an accurate definition of invalidity, however, may not be enough to enable you to make sure use of this tool. The man who went looking for a horse equipped only with the definition solid hoofed. What? Hereby voros demo. Am I hereby voros domesticated mammals used for draught work, riding, discover as much to his cost. In addition, definitely, I don't understand. I'll look that up. Give me a second. No point in reading if I don't understand. This passage is making a point about the limits of just knowing definitions without really understanding how to apply. Here's the way to say it. The horse analogy: someone goes looking for a horse armed with only a dictionary definition: solid hoofed, herbivore, domesticated mammal, used for draught work and riding. The problem is, if all he knows, he might not be recognizing a horse when he actually sees one, or he might mistake something else for a horse. Moral: a definition alone isn't enough. You need to know how it plays a role in our reality to apply this invalidity. Similarly, with invalidity in logic, it's not enough to just memorize a definition like an argument is invalid if a conclusion does not logically follow from its premises. You also need to understand the implications, what it looks like in precise practice, how to spot it, and why it matters. The setup: the text is not preparing to give an example argument that looks reasonable but is actually invalid. The point is, you'll only see invalidity if you understand or understood the concept beyond the surface definition. Just like recognizing a horse requires more than just memorizing the dictionary entry. In short, knowing the definition of invalidity is, I'm mispronouncing this word so badly, isn't enough. You must grasp how to recognize it in real arguments. Okay. So first, my voice is completely wrecked and I sound like a muppet, but it's alright. Vegetarians, P1, vegetarians do not eat pork sausages. Gandhi did not eat pork sausages. Therefore, Gandhi was vegetarian. That doesn't make sense. A vegetarian doesn't. What? Of course, vegetarians don't eat pork sausages. Okay. Am I dumb? Just because Gandhi didn't eat pork sausages means he's a vegetarian, bro. That just means he didn't eat pork sausages. Vegetarians eat. Okay. I'm confused. If you're thinking carefully, you'll probably notice that this is an invalid argument, but it wouldn't be surprising if you and a fair number of readers require a double take to see that it is in fact invalid. And if one reader can require a double take to see that it is in fact invalid, and if one can easily misread a clear case of invalidity, oh my god, it that missed of an article devoted to an easily missed or a clear case of invalidity in the midst of the careful explanation of the concept. Imagine how easily it is not to spot invalid arguments more generally. One reason why some fail to notice that this argument is invalid is because all three components are true. If nothing false is asserted in the premises of an argument, the conclusion is true. It's easy to think that arguments is therefore valid and sound, but remember that an argument is valid only if the truth of the premises guarantees the truth of the conclusions, in the sense that the conclusion is never false when the premises are true. In this example, this isn't so. After all, a person may not eat pork sausage, yet yet not be vegan, vegetarian. He or she simply, for example, be an otherwise carnivorous Muslim or Jew. He or she simply may not like pork sausages but frequently enjoy beef or turkey. So the fact that Gandhi did not eat pork sausages does not, in conjunction with the first premises, guarantee that he was vegetarian. It just so happened that he was. But of course, I don't know what happened to my voice, but it's okay. He it just so happened that he was. But of course, since my God, my voice is gone. I need water. Since an argument can only be sound if it is valid, why did I do? Oh my God. Okay. It is. Oh, the fact that all three of the propositions asserted are true does not make it a sound argument. Remember that validity is a property of an argument structure. In this case, the structure is all x are y's and z is a y. Therefore, z is an x. X is substituted for vegetarian and Y for person who does not eat pork, sausages, and Z for Gandhi. Okay. We can see why the structure is invalid by replacing these variables with other terms that produce true premises. But a clearly false conclusion replacing term creates a new substitution instance of the argument. If we substitute X for cat, Y for meat eater, and Z for President of the United States, we get all cats are meat eaters. The President of the United States is a meat eater. Therefore, the President of the United States is a cat. The premises are true, but the conclusion clearly false. Therefore, this cannot be valid. The argument structure, you can do this with various invalid argument forms, showing that an argument form is invalid by substituting sentences into that form in a way that results in true premises. But a false conclusion is called showing invalidity by counterexamples. It should be clear, therefore, that as with validity, invalidity is not determined by the truth or falsehood of the premise, but the logical relation among them. This reflects the wider importance of features of philosophy. Philosophy is not just saying things that are true, it's about making truth claims or true claims that are grounded in good arguments. You may have a particular viewpoint on philosophical issues, and it may just turn out by sheer luck that you are right, but in many cases, unless you can show you are right by the use of good arguments, your viewpoint is not going to carry any weight in philosophy. Philosophers are not just concerned with truth, but with what makes it the truth and how we can show that it is the truth. See also deductive validity and soundness, fallacies. So this guy has read like 14 books. That's insane. I'm just counting how much books this guy has read. 1.6 consistency. Ralph Waldo Emerson may have been written that a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of a little mind, but of all the philosophical crimes there are, the one you really don't know to get charged with is inconsistency. Consistency is the cornerstone of rationality. What then exactly does consistency mean? Consistency is a property characterizing two or more statements. If you hold two or more inconsistent beliefs, then at root, this means you are facing a logical, insurmountable problem with their truth. More precisely, the statement of your belief will be found to be somehow either a contradict one another or to be contrary to one another or together imply contradiction or contrary. Statements are contradictory when they are opposite in contradictions are contrary and statements are contradictory when they are opposite in truth value. When one is true, the other is false, and vice versa. Statements are contrary when they can't both be true, but unlike contradictions, a contrary can both be false. A single sentence can be self-contradictory when it makes an assertion that it is necessarily false, often by conjoining two inconsistent sentences. Tersely put, then Jimmy put then two or more statements tertiarily put then two or more statements are inconsistent, then it is possible for them all to be true in the same sense and at the same time. Two or more statements are inconsistent when it's not possible for them at all to be true in the same sentences and at the same time. It's night when Jimmy's walking, and it's also day when Jimmy's walking. Okay, I just made that up. Apparent and real inconsistencies. The abortion example. An abortion example. I am in blush. I'm having a blush moment right now. Oh my god, abortion. This at its most flagrant inconsistency is obvious. If I say all murder is wrong, and that particular murder was right, I am clearly being inconsistent because the second assertion is clearly contrary to the first. On a more general level, it would be a ball contradiction to assert both that all murder is wrong and that not all murder is wrong. But sometimes inconsistency is difficult to determine. Apparent inconsistency may actually mask a deeper consistency, and vice versa. Many people, for example, agree that it is wrong to kill innocent human beings, and many of those same people also agree that abortion is morally acceptable. One argument against abortion is based on the claim that there are two beliefs are inconsistent. That is, critics claim that it is inconsistent to hold that if it is wrong to kill innocent human beings, and that it is and that it is what kill innocent human, and that it is permissible to destroy living human embryos and fetuses. Okay, I mean, there's a problem with this argument. I'm not gonna be that guy, but it's with the word innocent. I think it could be argued that the fetus is not innocent in the sense that it's not something that can choose to do wrong or whatever it is. Usually, innocent applies to people who can do wrong but choose not to do wrong. If someone just says innocent means unable to do wrong in the current moment, at least, then animals should also apply. And it can't be the case that killing innocent human beings in general are always gonna be wrong, because doctors unplug or let children with anencephalus die. Even let's say we had a machine that could let them live on forever, even if it leads them to be in their crucial state for perpetuity, it would be not in their best interest to keep on living, since they have they're unable to register interest since they have no ability. They lack anything, like any capacity towards that. So it's in their best interest to not live. The same could be said for a conscious mind that lacks all valence states, and in a sort lacks the ability to register interest, and in a source is also inside a void of whatever. That life is best not lived. Yeah, but yeah, that life is best not lived. You're like, imagine being a permanent isolation tank, unable to think, unable to talk, that's just crazy, dude. Anyways, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, critics claim that it is inconsistent to hold both that it is wrong to kill innocent human beings and that it is permissible to destroy living human embryos and fetuses. Defenders of the permissibility of abortion, on the other hand, may retort that properly understood, the two claims are not inconsistent. A defender of abortion could, for example, claim that embryos are not human beings, in the sense normally understood in prohibition. Example, conscious or independent of living or already born human beings. Or a defender might just change the prohibition itself to make the point more clearly. Example, by claiming that it is wrong to only kill innocent human beings that have reached a certain level of development of consciousness or feeling. Okay. So they're just saying somebody who advocates for abortion might just say there needs to be a wrong maker in killing. The wrong maker is going to be that you need to be an identifiable victim within the midst of psychological connections. These psychological connections, etc., are going to make you, in a sort, valuable or have moral status, whatever it is. Exception to the rule. But it is inconsistency always undesirable? Some people are tempted to say it is not. To support their case, they present examples of beliefs that are intuitively seem perfectly acceptable, yet to match the definition of inconsistency given. The example might be, it is raining and it is not raining. Not home is not my home. Wait, I think I know what they're going to do here. Because it can be raining here, but also raining in another place. But they might just mean, just using some common sense, that when someone's referring to consistency or whatever it is, that when they say it's raining, they should also include that it's raining in my area, or at least in my general area. So it doesn't defeat the point that by just saying that it's raining and it's not raining, as a contradiction, you'd just have to say, when you say it's raining, you mean in your general area, but it also could just mean another area around the world that is, of course, not raining. My home is not my home. Again, you could have, wait, what? My home is not my home. I guess this could be used in a metaphorical sense. So if someone can have a home, a physical house, to where they reside or live, but they do not feel connected to it in any way. So in a metaphorical sense, they don't have a home. Just using some common sense, maybe that's what they're talking about. I don't know. In the first case, the inconsistency may only be apparent. What one may really be saying is that it's not raining and not raining, but rather that it's neither properly raining nor not raining, since there is a third possibility. Perhaps that it's drizzling or intermediately raining, and that this other fuzzy possibility might accurately describe the current situation. Okay, I was wrong. What makes the inconsistency only apparent is in the example is that the speaker is shifting from the sense of the term being employed. Example, it is that the speaker is shifting from, is it like saying the first sentence then is that in one sense it's raining, but in the other sense of the word is not. For the inconsistency to be real, the relevant term being used must retain precisely the same meaning throughout. This equivocation in meaning of the word shows that we must be careful not to confuse logical form of an inconsistency, asserting both X and not X with ordinary language form, that appear to match it, but not really. Many ordinary language assertions that both X and not X are really true turned out, allies carefully not to be inconsistent at all. What? Carefully not confuse logical forms asserting both X and not X with ordinary language forms appear to match but it really don't. Many ordinary language assertions that both X and not X are true turn out when the analysis carefully not to be inconsistent at all. So to be careful before accusing someone of inconsistency. But when you do unearth a genuine logical inconsistency, you've accomplished a lot. For it to be impossible to defend the inconsistency without outright rejecting rationality. Perhaps, however, there are poetic, religious, and philosophical contexts in which this is precisely what people find it proper to do. Poetic, religious, and philosophically. Am I gonna get it right this time? I might have been. I was wrong the last time, but maybe I'm right this time. In my guess that it's just a metaphor. Um, Hopefully. What about the second example we presented above? My home is not my home. Suppose that the context is in which the sentence is asserted is in the diary of someone living under horribly violent and dictatorial regime. Perhaps a context like the one George Orwell character Winston Smith endorsed in 1984. I read this book. I read some of the book. So I'm like cultured on this. Big Brother. Literally, the sentence is self contradictory, internally inconsistent. It seems to assert both that this is not my home and that this is not my home. Sorry, this is my home and that this is not my home. But the sentence also seems to carry a certain poetic sense, which conveys how absurd the world has come to seem to the speaker, how alienated he or she feels from the world in which he or she exists. The Danish existentialist philosopher Soren Kierkegaard, 1813 to 55, maintained that the Christian notion of incarnation, Jesus is God and Jesus was a man, is a paradox, a contradiction, a forerunner to reason, but nevertheless true. Existentialist philosopher Albert Camus, 1913 to 60, maintains that there is something fundamentally absurd, perhaps inconsistent, about human existence. My voice has changed so much because I'm not giving it a break. So right now I sound very odd, and maybe this is how I'll continue throughout this. Then Emerson was right, and there are contexts in which inconsistency are absurdly paradoxically make sense. Consistency doesn't equal truth. Sorry, consistency doesn't equal truth. Be this as it may, consistent inconsistency in philosophy is generally a serious vice. Does it follow from that this consistency is philosophy's highest virtue? Not quite. Consistency is only a minimal condition of acceptability for a philosopher. Um, Philosophical position, since it is often the case that one can hold a consistent theory that is inconsistent with another. Equally consistent theory, the consistency of any particular theory is no guarantee of this truth. Indeed, an inconsistency of any particular theory is not guarantee of its truth. Indeed, French philosopher, physicist Pierre Marie Dunim, I can't pronounce that, have maintained it may be possible to develop two or more theories that are one internally consistent yet two in turn inconsistent with each other, and also three perfectly consistent with all the data we can possibly muster to determine the truth or falsehood of the theories. I'm in my bed. I'm trying, man. laying down, relaxing, 2 of a.m. Take an example of the so-called problem of evil. How do we solve the puzzle that God is supposed to be good, but there is also awful suffering in the world? As it turns out, you can advance a number of theories that hold, for instance, that God does not exist, or you can hold that God allows suffering for a greater good. Although each solution may be perfectly consistent with itself, they can't both be right, as they are inconsistent with each other. One theory asserts that God exists and the other denies it. Establishing the consistency of a position, therefore, may advance and clarify philosophical thought, but it probably won't settle the issue at hand. We often need to apply more than consistency if we're to decide between competing positions. How we do this is a complex and controversial subject of its own. See also tautology, self contradictions, law of non contradiction, and sufficient reason. Readings. This guy has read. No, it's the same material. Oh, it's a new book. Say he's read 15 books. Crazy. Fallacies. The notion of fallacy will be an important instrument to draw from your toolkit, for philosophy often depends upon identifying poor reasoning, and a fallacy is nothing other than an instance of poor reasoning, a faulty inference. Since every invalid argument presents a faulty inference, a great deal of what one needs to know about fallacies already can be covered in the entry of invalidity. But while all individual arguments are fallacious, not all fallacies involve invalid arguments. Invalid arguments are faulty because of faults in their form or structure. Sometimes, however, reasoning goes awi, ivory. What is this word? Awi. I'm gonna look this up. Awry, away from the usual or expected course. Uh, however, reasoning can go awry for reasons not form but content. All fallacies are instances of faulty reasoning when the fault lies in the form or structure of the argument. Fallacious inferences is called formal fallacy when it lies in the content of the argument. It is called an informal fallacy. In the course of philosophical history, philosophers have been able to identify and name common types or species of fallacy. Oftentimes, their charge of philosophy call upon these types formal fallacy. One of the most common types of inferential error attributable to the form of argument has come to be known as affirming the consequent. It is an extremely easy error to make and often difficult to detect. Consider the following example. 1. If Fiona won the lottery last night, she'll be driving a red Ferrari today. 2. Well, I don't think that's true. What if she just won? My mom won the lottery one time, but it was for $20. She won $20. She's not driving no damn Ferrari next week, okay? Just because you win the lottery. 2. Fiona is driving a red. Shit, she is. But wait, no. Couldn't you just say it's another reason for why she's driving a red Ferrari? It's not because she probably won the lottery. There could be other reasons. Jesus. Therefore, Fiona won the lottery last night. Wait. Unless they're saying that this is the only way Fiona's gonna be riding a red Ferrari, but I'm just assuming that Fiona can probably ride a red Ferrari for other reasons rather than just the lottery ticket. But they're just saying if this is just sometimes, so it's a weaker argument. If Fiona won the lottery last night, she'd be driving Okay, why is this invalid? It's simply that, as with any other invalid argument, the truth of the premises does not guarantee the truth of the conclusion. Drawing this conclusion from these premises leave room for the possibility that the conclusion is false. If not such possibility exists, the conclusion is not guaranteed. You can see such possibility exists in this case by considering that it is possible that Fiona is driving a Ferrari today for reasons other than her winning the lottery. I was right. Fiona, I got maxed out common sense for some reason. I don't know. I need to stop self-glazing. That's pretty cringe. Fiona may, for example, just have inherited a lot of money, or she may borrowed the car, or perhaps she stole it. Fucking thief. I don't like cursing. I cringe at cursing. I don't like cursing. Note, however, that her driving the Ferrari for other reasons does not render the first premise false. Even if she's driving the car because she's in fact inherited a lot of money, it still might be true that she had, if she had instead of won the lottery, she would have gone out to buy a Ferrari just the same. Hence, the premise and conclusion might all be true, but the conclusion will not be follow the necessity of the premises. The source of this fallacy is persuasive power lies in ambiguity in ordinary language concerning the use of if. The word if sometimes used to imply if and only if. If is in philosophical jargon, but sometimes means simply if, despite the similarities. These two phrases have a different meaning. As it turns out, the argument would be valid if the first premise were stated in a slightly different way. Strange as it may seem, while arguments about Fiona above deductively invalid, substituting either the following statement for the first premise in the argument will yield a perfectly valid argument. If Fiona is driving a red Ferrari today, then she won the lottery last night. If and only if Fiona won the lottery last night, she's gonna be driving a nice red Ferrari today. Okay, that's the difference. Because if and only if are ordinarily used in rather vague ways that don't distinguish the used above. Philosophers redefine them in a very precise sense. See 4.5. In addition, because the fallacies can be persuasive and also prevalent, it will also be very useful for you to acquaint yourself with the most common fallacies: equivocation, false cause fallacy, the masked man fallacy, and others that have its own entries in the books and more delineated text listed below. Doing so can inoculate you against being taken in by bad reasoning. It can also save you some money. Are you bro thinks I'm gonna get scammed? Isn't that a formal fallacy? Just kidding. Informal fallacy, the gambler fallacy. In both dangerously persuasive and hopelessly flawed species or inference, the fallacy occurs when someone is, for example, taking a bet on the tossing of a fair coin. The coin has landed heads up 4 times in a row. The gambler therefore concludes that the next time it is tossed, the coin is more likely to come up tails than heads next time, or reverse. But what the gambler fails to realize is that each toss of the coin is unaffected by the tosses that have come before it. No matter what have been tossed beforehand, the odds remain 50-50 roughly for every single new toss. The odds of tossing 8 heads in a row are rather low, but if 7 heads in a row have already been tossed, the chances of the sequence of 8 in a row being completed or broken on the next toss is still 50-50. What makes this an informal rather than formal policy is that we can actually present the reasoning here using a valid form of argument. If we already tossed 7 heads in a row, the probability that 8 tosses will yield a head is less than 50-50. I'm due for tails. I've already tossed 7 heads in a row, therefore the probability that the next toss will yield a head is less than 50-50. The flaw here is not with the form, the argument. The form is perfectly valid. Logician can call it modus ponens. The way of affirmation is the same form we can use in valid Fiona arguments above. Formally, modus ponens looks like this: if P, then Q, P, therefore Q. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. Okay. If P equals Q, then Q is going to equal P, therefore P equals Q. I guess. I don't know. The flaw rendering the gambler's argument is fallacious. Instead, it lies in the content of the first premise. The first premise is simply false. The probability of the next individual toss, like that of all individual tosses, is that it remains 50-50 no matter what toss or tosses preceded it. But many people mistakenly believe that past flips of a coin somehow affects the future flips. There is no formal problem with the argument, but because this is a factual error, it remains a common and so easy to commit. It has been classified as a fallacy and given a name. It's a fallacy, but only informally speaking. Sometimes the ordinary speech deviates from these usage. Sometimes any widely held, though false belief is described as a fallacy. Don't worry, as the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein said, language, like a large city with a lot of different avenues and neighborhoods, it's alright to adopt different usages in different part of the cities. Just keep in mind where you are. Okay, just looked over a bit because just make sure I got it. So okay, I understand. So see all invalidity. I can't bro. Invalidity. I can't. I'm having a hard time pronouncing this word. I don't know why.
Invalidity.
Invalidity. Okay. So 1.5 invalidity, 3.19 question beginning, 3.13 genetic fallacy, 5.4 4.5 conditional biconditional. How much books have this man read? So this makes it so he was at 15, 16, 17, 18. He's read 18 books. That's insane. 1.8 refutation. Samuel Johnson was not impressed by the Bishop George Berkeley's argument that matter does not exist. In his life of Johnson 1791, James Boston reported that when discussing Berkeley's theory with him, Johnson once kicked a stone with some force and said, I refute it thus. Any great person is allowed any great person is allowed one moment of idiocy to go public, and Johnson's attempt at a refutation must be counted as just such a moment because he wildly misses Berkeley's point. The bishop would never deny that one could kick a stone. He denied that the stone, properly understood, can be conceived to be matter. But Johnson's refutation also fails, even to the kind of things a true refutation is. To refute an argument is to show that the reason is bad. Well, doesn't this go back to the other point that you have to show that the premises are not true or the argument is invalid? So, to refute an argument is to show that its reasoning is bad. If you, however, merely register your disagreement with an argument, you are not refuting it, even though everyday speech often talk about refuting the claim in just this way. So how can you really refute a claim or argument? Refutation tools. There are two basic ways of doing this, both which are covered in more detail elsewhere in this book. You can also show that argument is invalid. The conclusion does not follow from the premises as claimed in 1.5. You can also show that one or more premises are false. A third way is to show that the conclusion must be false, and therefore, even if you can't identify what's wrong with the argument, something must be wrong with it. This last method, however, isn't strictly speaking a refutation, as one has failed to show what is wrong with the argument, only that it must be wrong. I get it. Speak your truth. Inadequate justification. Refutations are powerful tools, but it would be rash to conclude that in order to reject an argument, only a refutation will do so. You may be justified in rejecting an argument even if you're not strictly speaking refuted it. You may not be able to show the key premise is false, for example, but you may believe that it is inadequate justified. An argument based on premises that there is an intelligent life somewhere else in our universe would fit this model. We can't show the premise is actually false, but we can argue that we have both good reason for believing it's true and good grounds for supposing it's false. Therefore, we can regard any argument that depends on this premise as dubious, and rightly ignore it. Fuck you, man. I think genuinely. What do you mean rightly ignoring? Dang. If no. This is so messed up. Rightly ignoring. No. You can't rightly ignore my claim. Rightly ignoring. Are you insane? I made my argument and I don't want you to ignore it, okay? I've lost my voice completely. Shit, my voice is tickling. That just means I've went to the danger zones. Conceptual problems. More contentiously, you might also reject an argument by arguing that it utilizes a concept inappropriately. This sort of problem is particularly clear in the cases of a vague concept is used as if it were precise. For instance, consider the claim that the government is obligated to provide assistance only to those who do have enough to live on, but given that there can be no precise formulation of what's enough to live on, is an argument must be inadequate that concludes by making a sharp distinction between those who have enough and those who don't. The logic of the argument may also be impeccable and the premises may appear to be true, but if you use vague concepts in precise arguments, you will inevitably end up with distortions. What am I talking about? Dissertation. They ain't making no dissertations. What am I on about? I don't know. What's next? Using the tools. There are many ways of legitimately objecting to an argument without actually refuting it. The important thing is to know the clear difference between refutation and other forms of objection, and to be clear what form of objection you're offering. See also 1.4 validity and soundness, 1.5 invalidity, and 3.3 benevolence and excluded middle. Reading. So this guy has read 15 books. No. 15, 16, 17, 18. He's read 18 books. How much has he read now? 19, 20, 21. This guy has read 21 books. That's insane. Axioms. Obtaining a guaranteed true conclusion in a deductive argument requires both 1, that the argument is valid, and 2, that the premises be true. Unfortunately, the procedure for determining what is or what is not a premise is true, much less determine that the procedure for assessing the argument is validity. Defining axiom. Because of the sometimes I hate it when I can't pronounce the word properly, even though I know what the word is. It happens.
Indeterminacy.
I'm still mispronouncing it.
Indeterminacy.
Because of this indeterminacy, the concept of an axiom becomes a useful philosophical tool. An axiom is a proposition that acts as a special kind of premise in a specific kind of rational system. Axiomatic systems were first formalized by the geometer Euclid. 300 BCE, old dinosaur, in his first famous work, The Elements. In these kinds of systems, axioms function as an initial claim that stand in no need of justification, as at least within the system. They are simply the bedrock of theoretical system. The basis is, okay, man, I'm gonna make a claim. So what if I said uh within my system, harming a sentient being is gonna be wrong. To be precise, harming a sentient being is gonna be wrong because it's bad or whatever it is. That's gonna be the fundamental theoretical system. Can someone just say that I'm just begging the question, or sorry, whatever it is, by presupposing the proposition, because that's what's in question. So I don't want it. At least within the system, they are simply the bedrock of theoretical systems, the basis from which, through various steps of deductive reasoning, the rest of the system is derived. In ideal circumstances, an axiom should be that no rational agent could possibly object to its use. Axiomatic versus natural systems of deduction. I don't see the difference. So what's the difference between this and self-evident truth? I'm learning axiomatic versus natural system of deduction. It is important to understand, however, that not all conceptual systems are axiomatic. Not even all rational systems, for example. Some deductive systems try simply to replicate and redefine procedures of reasoning that seem to have unreflectively or naturally developed among humans. This type of system is called natural system of deduction. It's not posit any axiom, but looks instead for its formulate and practice ordinary. I missed that. This type of system is called natural system of deduction. It does not posit any axioms, but look instead for its formulae to the practice of ordinary rationality. I don't understand what this means. I'm gonna have to use GPT for this. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. I'm not blanking. I don't know what that means. I feel stupid that I don't know what this means. It is important to understand, however, that not all conceptual systems are axiomatic. Not even all rational systems. For example, some I don't understand. I'm just gonna look it up. Man, ChatGPT is killing my brain. In 5 years, I ain't gonna have no critical thinking skills. But man, damn it makes this shit easier. I don't like cursing. I really don't. Axiomatic systems built from axioms, a set of fundamental assumptions of starting points accepted with it without proof. For these axioms, all further theorems or rules are derived. Example: Euclidean geometry starts with axioms like through 2 points there's exactly one straight line and everything else follows logically. Natural systems, instead of starting with explicit axioms, these aim to mirror how humans naturally reason in everyday life. They redefine the pattern of reason people already use instinctively, such as if A applies to B and A is true, B must be true. If either A or B is true, then A is false, then B must be true. The system is formulated as grounded ordinary rational practices, not abstract axioms. Without distinction matters. An axiomatic system is more formal, abstract, and rigid. It's like building reason from the ground up with strict foundations. A natural system is more descriptive, capturing how reasoning actually works in the wild. Both can be useful. Axiomatic systems for formal rigor, natural systems for practical reason and pedagoggy. Axiomatic equal top down from the axiom to conclusion. Natural deduction bottom up model on human reason and habits. So I don't know if they mean. I know what this means. Like, if either A or B is true, then A is false. Then B. This is just like, I forgot. It's that one. It's the one thing that every teacher tells you when you do a multiplication. If you know it's not A, then it must be B. Yeah. It starts with a D. It starts with a D. Uh, declin. I can't remember. I'm blanking. My mind is not working properly. Discrimination? No, deduction. No, it's it's a D word. It's a D word. Where anyway, let me shut the fuck up on the keyboard. I don't like cursing. I don't know. Oh, I'm sleepy. But first type of axiom, as we've defined them, axioms would seem to be pretty powerful premises. However, you consider types of actions that there are, their power seems to be somewhat diminished. One type of axiom comprises premises that are true by definition, perhaps just because so few great philosophers have been married. The example of all bachelors are unmarried men is usually offered as the pragmatic example of this. The problem is that there's no argument is going to be able to run very far with such an argument. Sorry, axiom. The axiom is purely a tautological. I don't know what the heck that means. I'm going to look it up because I don't want to be blanking again because I've been blanking.
Tautological.
Tautological. Saying or expressing the same thing twice over in different words. That is to say, unmarried men merely restates in different words the meaning that is already contained in bachelor. That is a sort of proposition is sometimes called, following Immanuel Kant, an analytic proposition. It is thus a spectacularly uninformative sentence, except to someone who doesn't know what bachelor means, and is therefore more unlikely to help yield informative conclusions in an argument. Second type of axiom. Another type of axiom is also true by definition, but in a slightly more interesting way. Many regions of mathematics and geometry rest on their axioms, and if only by accepting these basic axioms that more complex proofs can be constructed within those regions. You might call these propositions primitive sentences within the system. See 7.7. For example, it is an exact axiom of Eleusinian geometry that the shortest distance between any two points is a straight line. But while axioms like these are vital to geometry, I can't pronounce this, I don't know. Geometry. Oh, there you go. Geometry. I don't know. Geometry. Okay, there you go. And mathematics, they merely define what is true within their particular system of geometry or mathematics to which they belong. The truth is guaranteed, but only in a limited way, that is, only in the context within which they are defined. Used in this way, axioms accept abilities to rise or fall within the acceptability of the theoretical system of a whole. Axioms for all, one for all. I don't know. Some may find the contextual rendering of axioms we've given rather unsatisfactory. Are there not any universal axioms that are both secure and informative in all contexts for all thinkers, no matter what? Some philosophers have thought so. The Dutch philosopher Bosch, also known as Benedictus Spinoza, 1677, in his Ethics, 1677, attempted to construct an entirely metaphysical system from just a few axioms that he believed that were virtually identical with God's thoughts. The problem is that most would agree that at least some of his axioms seem to be empty, unjustifiable, and partial assumptions. For example, what if Spinoza's axiom stated that if there be no determined if there be no determinate cause, it is impossible that an effect should follow. But as John Locke You see, now you said that Locke was an L man's, but he's pretty smart. He's been mentioned. 1932, 704, pointing out that this claim is taken literally pretty uninformative, since it is true by definition that all effects have causes. What the axioms seem to imply, however, is that a more metaphysical claim that all events in the world are affected that are effects that necessarily follow from their causes. Hume, however, points out that we have no reason to accept this claim about the world. That is to say, it is senseless to hold that an event might occur without a cause. We have no reason to believe that events can occur without causes. Certainly, by definition, an effect must have a cause. But for any particular event, we have no reason to believe it has followed necessarily from some cause. Medieval Islamic philosopher Al-Ghalir 1058 11111 advanced a similar line. The incoherence of philosophers on natural science question if, only if and only if. Of course, Spinoza seemed to claim that he has grasped the truth of axioms. I sound like Jordan Peterson. A second form of intuition, scientifia intuivia. And many philosophers have held that there are basic self-evident truths that may serve as axioms in our reason. But why should we believe them? In many contexts of rationality, therefore, axioms seem to be useful devices, and axiomatic systems of rationality often serve us well, but the notion of those axioms can be so secure that no rational person in any context should deny them. Should be secure that no rational person could in any context deny them seems to be rather dubious. See also argument, premises, conclusions, 1.10 definitions, 1.12 tautologies, self-contradictions, law of non-contradictions, 7.8 self-evident truth, readings. My throat is burning me. Elucid elements, Al-Ghazali incoherence of philosophers, better Spinoza. Okay, he's at 18 books now. Sorry, he's at 20 books now. I'll just say he's at 23. 1.10 definitions. If somewhere there lies written on a table of stone 10 philosophical commandments, bro is making reference to the Bible. You can't be sure that numbered among them is the conjunction to define your terms. In fact, definitions are so important in philosophy that some have maintained that definitions are ultimately all there is to the subject. Definitions are important because without them, it's very easy to argue. Oh, God, bro. At cross purposes or at commit fallacies involving equivocation, as the experience of an attorney who questioned the former U.S. President Bill Clinton. Nah, I mean I'm not even reading this. I know what I'm gonna say. I've not had sexual relationships with that woman. Please say that. If you are, for example, to interrogate someone who is extramarital sex, you need to define what precisely you mean by sex, or otherwise, much argument down the line, you can bet someone will turn around and say, "Oh well, I wasn't counting that as sex." Much of our language is vague and ambiguous, but if we are to discuss matters in a precise a way as possible, as philosophy aims to, we should remove as much vagueness and ambiguity as possible, and adequate definitions are perfect tools for helping us do that. Trade example, for example, consider the just. Oh, my throat is like sandpaper. I'm struggling through this. For example, consider the justice of free trade. In doing so, you may define free trade a trade that is not hindered by national or international law. But some know that this is rendering you to fix the definition of free trade for the purpose of your discussion. Or others may argue that they have a better or alternative definition of free trade. This may lead to them reach to different conclusions about its justice, and you may respond by adopting the new definition, defending your original definition, or proposing yet another definition. And so it goes. That is why setting out definitions for the difficult concept and reflecting on their implication comprises a great deal of philosophical work. Again, the reason why it's important to lay out clear definitions for the difficult or continuous concept is that any conclusion you reach properly apply only to those concepts. Free trade, as defined, a clear definition of how you will use the term, thereby both helps and constrains definition. It helps discussion because it gives a determinate and non-ambiguous meaning to the term. It limits discussion because it means that whatever you conclude does not necessarily apply to other uses of the term. As it turns out, much disagreement results from disagreement parties without realizing it means different things by their terms. Too narrow or too broad. That is why it's important to find definition that does not have the insane stutter. Find a definition that does the right kind of work. If one definition is too narrow, it idiosyncratic. This is Ristic's Doubt's favorite word, but he was debating water. Idiosyncratic. I still don't know what this word is.
Idiosyncratic.
Relating to idiosyncratic. Stupid definition. Why are you giving me the same word in a definition? I'm asking you for the definition of the word, not the definition of the word inside of the word. I'm sorry, I'm going insane. Oh my god. To relating to idiosyncrasy, particular individual. Idiosyncrasy means having strange or unusual habits, way of behaving. Meaning idiosyncrasy, particular constitution of temperament, and individuality and characteristic or quality. Idiosyncratic, define physicians conceive diseases. What? Idiosyncratic. I'm looking for a definition. All right, I'm just gonna stick to what I see. Narrow, so too narrow or idiosyncratic. So I guess what I mean by idiosyncratic is gonna be too individualized or something like that. It may be that one's finding is not, one finding cannot be applied as broadly as hoped for. For example, if one defines man to be bearded human male adults, one may reach some absurd conclusion, for example, that many Native American males are not men. A tool for criticism results from understanding that this problem in order to show that philosophical positions use the term is inadequate because it's too narrow. Point to a case that ought to be covered by the definition is used but not clearly isn't. If one, on the other hand, a definition is too broad, it may lead to equally erroneous or misleading conclusions. For example, if you define wrongdoing as inflicting suffering or pain upon another person, you'd have to count the administration of shots by the physicians, the punishment of children, and the criminals. Wait, is this man defending corporal punishment against children? Sicko, I'm joking. And criminals and the coaching of athletes as instances of wrongdoing. Another way to indicate a case that fits the definition he or she is using, but which should be clearly not be included underneath it. A definition is like a property line. It establishes the limit, marking those instances to which it is properly to apply a term and those instances to which it is not. The ideal definition permits the application of the term to just those cases to which it applies and no other. A rule of thumb is it's generally better if your definition corresponds as closely as possible to the way in which the term is ordinarily used and the kind of debates to which your claim are pertinent. There will be, however, an occasion where it is appropriate, even necessary, to coin the special use. This would be the case where the current lexicon is not able to make a distinctions that you think are philosophically important. For example, we do not have a term in ordinary language that describes a memory that is not necessarily a memory of something the person having the person having it has experienced. Such a thing would occur, for example, if I somehow shared your memories, I would have a memory type experience, but this would not be something that I had actually experienced. To call this a memory would be misleading. For this reason, philosophers have coined the special term quasi memory or Q memory to refer to these hypothetical memories like experiences. A long tradition. However, historically, many philosophers' questions are in effect quest for adequate definitions. What is knowledge? What is beauty? What is good? Here it is not enough just to say by knowledge I mean, rather than searching. My voice is hurting, bro. Okay, it's not enough. I by knowledge I mean rather the search is for a definition that best articulates the concept in question. Much of the philosophical work along these lines have involved a conceptual concepts. What is to count at the best articulation, however, it requires a great deal of debate. Indeed, it is a viable philosophical question to ask whether such concepts actually can be defined. So they're still going on about definitions. I understand what they mean by definition be something like a property line, but also something if it's too narrow in which that it's just gonna be idiosyncratic. So I can just keep spamming your water is gonna be in. I don't know. Defined for many ancient and medieval time thinkers, Plato and Aquinas. I know who this guy is. I've heard some of his beliefs, like sort of rule. But I can't say Aquinas. It's that one church guy. I can't remember. Thomas Aquinas. I can't pronounce his name. I don't know what's off with my pronunciation these nights, bro. I'm struggling with the pronunciations. Uh, Aquinas. Aquinas. Oh my God. Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas. Formulating adequate insane stutter. Adequate definitions meant being given verbal insane stuttering expressions of the very essence of things. Essence that is insane stuttering. Essence that exists independently of us. Many more recent thinkers, like some pragmatists or post-structuralists, have held that definitions are nothing more than conceptual instruments that organize our intention with others and the world, but in no way reflect the nature of an independent reality. Some thinkers have gone so far to argue that all philosophical puzzles are essentially rooted in a failure to understand how ordinary language functions. While this, while to be accurate, this involves attempting more than just definition. It does show some deep philosophical preoccupation with getting language right for right runs. See also 1.9 axioms, 3.4 category mistakes, 3.9 criteria. I must stop counting how much books this guy's have read, but I'm just gonna say he's at like 26. Certainty and probability. 17th century French philosopher Rene Descartes, 1596 to 1650, is famous for claiming that he has discovered the bedrock upon which to build a new science that could determine truth with absolute certainty. The bedrock was an idea that could not be doubted, the cognito Cogito. Please, why do I keep on saying that word? Uh,
Cogito.
Cogito. That's like a cool, like, uh, that's like Naruto. The principle of establishing the existence of a being from the fact that it's thinking or aware. Cognito.
Cogito.
Cogito. My bad. Cogito, I think. Or more expansively, he puts part 1 to 7, 1944 principle of philosophy. I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum. Descartes reasoned that it is impossible to doubt that you're thinking, or even if you're in error, being impossible, error being deceived, or so this would be the demon who deceives, bad thoughts, evil, blah blah blah. Even if y'all be, you know, a simulation where blah blah blah. Let me shut up and then read, bro. Deceived, you're never less thinking, and if you're thinking, you exist. Ancient Stoics like Clintus 31 to 232 BCE, Sisyphus, I can't, maintain that there are certain experiences of the world and morality that we simply cannot doubt. Experiences they call cataleptic. I look that up, okay? I'm gonna look that up. I've seen this word before, by the way.
Cataleptic.
Cataleptic. Affect by or characterized. Another circular definition. Cambridge. Cataleptic means relating to similar to catalepsy or medical. Oh my god. This is a medical condition. What? The experience called cataleptic impressions. Later philosophers in like the 18th century Thomas Ride believed that God guarantees the versatility of our cognitive facilities. His contemporary Gim Batash Vico is that we can be certain about things human but not about non-human world. More recently, the Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, I'm mispronouncing this fully, butchering these names terribly, I'm disrespecting the dead, tried to show how it simply makes no sense to say that one doubts certain things, other than come to suspect that there are many little or nothing we can know with certainty, and yet can see that we can still figure things out with some degree of probability. Before, however, you go to claiming to have certainly or probably discovered philosophical truth, it would be good to give some thought to each concept means. To what each concept means. Type of certainty. Certainty is often described as a kind of feeling or mental state, perhaps a state of which the mind believes some X without any doubt at all, but doing so simply renders renders psychological account of the concept. It fails to define when we are warranted in feeling this way. A more philosophical account of certainty would add the claim that a proposition is certainly true when it's impossible for it to be false, and certainly false when it's impossible for it to be true. Sometimes propositions that are certain in this way are called necessarily true and necessarily false. The skeptical problem. The main problem, philosophically speaking, thinkers face is establishing that it is in fact impossible for any candidate for certainty to have different truth values. Skeptical thinkers have been extremely skillful in showing how virtually any claim might be possibly true though appear to be false. In the wake of skeptical scrutiny, most would agree that absolute certainty in advancing truth claims remain unattainable. Moreover, even if achieving this sort of certainty were possible, while it may be that all that philosophical certain is true. Clearly, not all that are true is certain. My voice. Oh my god. But if you can't have demonstrable certainty, what is the next best thing? To give a proper answer to the question would require a much larger study of the theory of knowledge, but for the sake of the concerns here, consider the answer that most commonly advanced: probability. Probability is the natural place. I wonder if they're going to talk about predictions and explanatory power and stuff like that. I don't know. Probability is the natural place to retreat if certainty is not attainable, as a refugee. However, it's rather like a house of sticks. The pig flees to the house of straws. The problem is that the probability is precise notion that cannot always be assumed to be the next best thing to certainty. Objective and subjective probability. We can distinguish between objective and subjective probability. Objective probability is where that will happen is generally indeterminate. Radioactive decay could be one example. For any given radioactive atom, the probability of its decaying over time is half life. It's 50-50. This probability of it decaying over the period of its half-life is 50-50. This means that if you were to take 10 such atoms, it's likely that 5 will decay over the period of element's half-life and 5 will not decay on at least some interpretations. It's generally indeterminate which atom will fall into which category. Subjective probability, on the other hand, refers to the cases where there may be no actual indeterminacy, but some particular mind or set of minds makes a probability judgment about the likelihood of some event. These subjects do so because they lack complete information about the causes that will determine the event. Their ignorance requires them to make a probabilistic assessment, usually by assigning a probability based on the number of occurrences of each account over a long sequence in the past. Are they gonna just talk about the 50-50 coin flip, or the coin has flipped 7 times on its head? That just means that she's gonna have to flip on the tail. But they are forgetting that this is this is an informal fallacy because you're not realizing that. I don't know. Oh my god. Why am I actually learning stuff from this book? I don't like that. I don't want to be learning stuff. Their ignorance requires them to make a probabilistic assessment, usually by assessing the probability based on the number of occurrences of each outcome over a long sequence in the past. So, for example, if we toss a coin uncovered and ask you to bet on heads or tails, the outcome already been determined. Since you don't know what it is, you have to use your knowledge that heads and tails over the long run falls 50-50 to assign 50% probability that it is that head and 50% probability that it is tail. If you could see the coin, you would know that in fact it's 100% certain that it's whichever side it's facing up. The odds set by gamblers and handicappers at horse races are also a species of subjective probability. The posted odd record is simply that many people betting on a race subjectively believe about that outcome. Certainty and validity. If you have a sound deductive argument, then its conclusion is often said to follow from the premises which, with certainty, the conclusion themselves be true. Consider the difference between the following arguments. If it rained last night in England, it will probably win. We'll probably win the match. All right. If it rained last night, therefore England will probably win the match. All human beings Wait, if it rained last night, England will probably win the match too if it rained last night. Therefore, it rained last night. Therefore, England will probably win the next match. Sorry, the match. All humans are mortal. Socrates was a human. Therefore, Socrates was mortal. The conclusion of the first argument clearly enters only a probable claim. The conclusion of the second argument, in contrast to the first, enters a much more definite claim. But here is the rub. Both these examples present valid deductive arguments. Both arguments possess valid forms. Therefore, in both arguments, the conclusion follows with certainty, i.e., the truth of the premises guarantee the truth of the conclusion, even though the context or the content of one conclusion is merely probable, while that of the other is not. You must therefore distinguish between one where or not the conclusion of an argument follows from the premises with certainty or most probability, and two, whether or not the conclusion is of an argument advances a statement, the content of which the concerned matters of probability. Philosophical theories. But what about philosophical theories? It would seem that if certainty in philosophical theories were attainable, there would be little or no disputes among competent philosophers about which are true and which are false. But in fact, there seems to be a lot of disputes. Does this mean truth of philosophical theories is essentially indeterminate? Some philosophers would say no. For example, they would just say, although there remains a great deal of disputes, there is a near unanimous unanimous. Oh my god, I can't pronounce this. It's crazy.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Shit. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Unanimous agreement of among philosophers on many things. For example, Plato's theory of forms is false, and that Cartesian mind-body dualism is unattainable. Others of a more skeptical bent are, if you all are, you pardon the pun, not so certain about the extent to which anything has been proven, at least with certainty in philosophy. Accepting the lack of certainty can form certainly from their point of view can be seen as a matter of moral maturity. Arguments, premises, conclusions 1.2, deduction 1.4, validity and soundness 1.5, invalidity 1.9, axioms. Readings, etc., etc. Tautologies, self-contradictions, and the law of non-contradiction. Okay. Tautology, and this sounds interesting. Self-contradiction falls as the opposite end of a spectrum. The former is a sentence that's necessarily true, and the latter is a sentence that's necessarily false. Despite being in the sense poles apart, they're actually intimately related. What do you mean intimately related? In common parlance, tautology is a pejorative term used to deride a claim because it purports to be informative, but in fact simply repeats the meaning of something already understood. For example, a criminal has broken the law. This statement might be mocked as a tautology. I've heard the word tautology before. Tautology, since it tells us nothing about the criminal, just say he's broken the law. Be a lawbreaker is precisely what it means to be a criminal. In logic, however, tautology has more precisely defined meanings. As tautology is a statement in logic such as that it will turn out to be true in every circumstance. So that's like saying murder is gonna be wrong in every circumstance. Okay, because inside the word murder, there it quite literally says wrongful killing. So I guess that could be an example. Or some way in every possible world, tautology are in this sense necessary truths. Take for example P or not P. If P is true, the statement turns out to be true. If P is false, the statement turns out to be if it turns out sorry. If P is false, the statement still turns out to be true. This is the case for whatever one substitute for P. Today is Monday, atoms are invisible, or monkeys make a great lasagna. One can see why tautologies are so poorly regarded. A statement that is true regardless of the truth or falsehood of its components can be considered to be empty. Its content does no work. This is not to say that tautologies are without philosophical value. Understanding tautologies help one to understand the nature and function of reason and language. Valid arguments as tautologies, as it turns out, all valid arguments can be restated as tautologies. That is, hypothetical statements in which the antecedent is the conjunction of the premises and the conclusion. In other words, every valid argument may be articulated as a statement of this form. If W, X, Y are true, then C is true, where W, X, Y are the argument premises and C is the conclusion. When any valid argument is substituted into this form, a tautology results. Law of non-contradiction. In addition, the law of non-contradiction, a cornerstone of philosophical logic, is also a tautology. The law may be formulated this way: not P and not P. Not P and not negative P. So P and not negative P. This law is a tautology since whether P is true or false, the complete statement will turn out to be true. The law of non-contradiction can hardly be said to be uninformative, since it is the foundation upon which all logic is built, but in fact, it's not the law itself that's informative so much as any attempt to break it. Attempts to break the law of non-contradictions are themselves contradictions, and they are obvious and in all circumstances wrong. A contradiction flouts the law of non-contradiction, since to be caught in a contradiction is to be caught in a certain both that something is true and that something is false in the same sense at the same time, certain that both P and not negative P. Given that the law of non-contradiction is a tautology, and thus in all circumstances true, there can be nothing more certainly false than something that attempts to break it. The principle of non-contradiction hasn't been historically important in philosophy. The principle underwrote ancient analysis of change and plurality, and is crucial to Parmenides of Elis 6th century BCE proclamation that what is and cannot be. It also seems central to the consideration of identity. For example, in Leibniz claim that objects that are identical must have all the same properties. Self-refuting criticism. One curious and useful feature of the law of non-contradiction is that any attempt to refute it presupposes it. To argue that the law of non-contradiction is false is to imply that it is not also true. In other words, the critique presupposes that what he or she is critiquing can either be true or false, but not both true and false. But this presupposes is just the law of non-contradiction itself. Boom. The same law the critique aims to refute In other words, anyone who denies the principle of non-contradiction simultaneously affirms it. It is a principle that cannot be rationally criticized because it presupposed by all rationality. To understand why tautology is necessary, and in a sense, at least uniformly true, and why a self contradiction is necessarily false, is to understand that most basic principles of logic, the logic of non contradiction, is where those two concepts meet and is so perhaps best described as the keystone rather than the cornerstone of philosophical logic. See also validity, soundness, consistency, self-defeating arguments, Lipit's law of logic and paradoxes. Reading Aristotle interpretation of ESP, chapter 6 to 9. Aristotle posture analytic BK1, chapter 11 to 10. Patrick J. Hurley, A Concise Introduction to Logic, 10th edition, 2007. More advanced tools, adduction, hypothetical, deductive method, dialectic analogies, anomalies, and exceptions that prove the rule. Intuition pumps, logical contradiction, reduction, thought experiments, useful fiction. 2.1 Abduction. No, we're not talking about kidnapping, but rather an important dimension of scientific and ordinary as well as philosophical rationality. Consider the following example. A man is found in a cabin in a remote forest with all the doors and windows securely locked, from the inside hanging dead from a noose. A suicide note in the man's handwriting lies on the table nearby. What would best explain this set of facts? Oi, Dora! So what did you come up with? Abduction, a term coined by American pragmatist philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce, 1839-1914, is a tool to do just that. Abduction is a process of reasoning used to decide which explanation of given phenomena we should select. And so naturally, it also calls arguments to the best explanation. Often we presented with a certain experience and all called upon to offer some sort of explanation for them. But the problem we frequently face is that a given body of data may not determine or force us to accept only one explanation. Uncertainly, as it seems, some philosophers have even argued that for any possible body of evidence, will always be a variety of explanations consistent with it. This is just the claim that Duman and Quinn have advanced. Whether or not their claim is true, however, in cases where we do face a set of alternative explanations, our task as good reasoners must be that to decide which one of those explanations best fit the evidence. That's where abduction comes in. To understand how it works, let's return to our example. If you think about it, although the man's death seems on the face of it, oh my god, my voice has went into another I don't know. My voice keeps changing because my throat is tired. If you think about it, although the man's death seems to be on the face of it to be an open and shut case of suicide, there are other possible explanations for it. Some may fanciful than others. Perhaps the man who was rehearsing a dramatic play about suicide had locked the doors for privacy. Things had gone terribly wrong. Just terribly wrong. I forgot where I was in this reading. Oh my god. So, fanciful than others, perhaps the man was rehearsing a dramatic play about suicide, and locked the doors for privacy, and things had gone terribly wrong. Or perhaps the CIA developed teletransporter, using one perhaps an assassin beamed into the cabin, killed the man, set things up to the look like suicide, then beamed out without ever opening up a door. Perhaps a demonic spirit living in the woods nearby magically entered the room, killed the man, and then vanished. These alternative explanations may seem ludicrous, but each is consistent with the evidence. Therefore, it cannot be the case that the evidence determines suicide to be the only possible explanation. So, which explanation should we choose? Philosophers think about abduction have developed a number of key principles of selection, though note that a good ideal interest in controversy surrounding each of them, with the qualification, and think about the following list as of tools you can use to select among the competent theories. Simplicity. When possible, go with the least complicated explanation, the one that requires the fewest and most direct casual consequences, the fewest claims about what exists and what relies upon matters beyond the evidence as little as possible. Medieval philosopher William Ockham is famous for developing this idea. Coherence. When possible, go with explanation that's consistent with what experts about the world already believe to be true. Testability or predictive power. When possible, go with the theories that yield the most predictions that can be confirmed or disconfirmed. Comprehensiveness in scope. When possible, go with the explanation that explains the most and leave the fewest loose ends, things unexplained. Okay. Another way of saying all this is simply to say, choose the explanation characterized by the feature closest to those of an open and shut case. Consider the possibility that the victim, name drop. Gosh, I didn't give them permission to bring my name into this book. I must go to Toronto authorities and ask them to arrest this author for copyrighting my material using my name without permission. I'm just kidding. Of course, O'Hangen was an actor who died in an accident dealt while rehearsing a play. The explanation suggests the existence of a relevant play and perhaps would predict his script to play that have been in the man's position. It also raises the likelihood that the man would have been something like a member of a theater troupe or drama play or class, or told his friend that he would audition for a play and so on. If, however, after examining the cabin and the man home, interviewing his friends and checking the local theater, no such evidence is found, this explanation can be discounted. This is to say, if an investigation, why am I talking like this, bro? I don't know. If this investigation fails to confirm, buddy, what? The nation can be discounted. This is to say, if an investigation fails to confirm the prediction or finds an improbable absence of evidence, or it fails to establish the existence of required entities, and the credibility of the hypothesis is diminished. Countervailing, consider such confirming coherence. Example, a well-established history of the man distaste for theater or depression dismisses the credibility of the hypothesis even further. Investigating in teletransportation explanation similarly fails to produce confirming evidence. It requires the existence of an extraordinary machine. It is difficult to test and it's not coherent with our background knowledge about technologies, abilities of the US government, or perhaps about space and time. The demonic spirit explanation requires us to believe that the existence of a supernatural being are not supernatural beings not required by other explanations, which we have no evidence. Suicide as an explanation, on the other hand, is simple. It requires us to posit the existence of neither supernatural spirits nor secret illegal government operation involving unknown but improbably advanced technology. It allows us to make the prediction that can be tested, for example, by looking for documentation of depression or likely causes of depression, such as having recently been fired, bankrupt, or divorced. Unlike the actor theory, the suicide theory doesn't predict the existence of things like scripts that can't be found. It is consistent with our background knowledge of common human behavior and explain all the factors before us. The problem of normative induction. But here's the problem that continues to gnaw at philosophers. It's still possible that other explanations are true. Therefore, it's possible these principles of abduction fail to guarantee that our selection of explanations will be true. It's also possible that these principles will at least sometimes serve as an obstacle to our acquiring true beliefs, right? Skeptics love to point this out. For example, if we encounter a series of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, our principle of abduction would lead us to conclude that the next will be 7. That is, our background experience and our past testing would likely lead us to this to explain satisfactorily the advance of the sequence as a process of simply adding 1 to the last number to produce the next. But it's possible that the next number in the series is actually a different number. The process might be following a rule of adding 1 5 times, then add 10. In this case, the next number will be 16. In short, our selection of 7 would have been the best number would have been the best we could do using the principle of abduction and the evidence available to us, but it would nevertheless have been wrong. And for any sequence of numbers, the next may always reveal that our preceding conclusion about the rule governance and the sequences have been wrong. It's easy to see then why Peirce's method of abduction is appealing to pragmatists but troubling to realists, will maintain that science discloses the single nature of independent realities. From a pragmatist point of view, the method of abduction are not based on the superposition that the truth about the independent reality can irrefutably establish, but on the idea that we have to make the best of truth that we can, given the limits of evidence and demands of life. Peirce himself held that the evident convergence of scientific theories as well as their usefulness suggests that abductive ultimately leads to explanations to converge upon a single truth. Many, however, remain unconvinced. I'll leave it off there. So I read through 64 pages in one go. So yeah, stop right there.